Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all who join us today. I am Mariana Bujarin. I'm a research associate at the Project on Managing the Atom here at the Harvard Kennedy School's Belfer Center. And I welcome all of you to this day 2 of a 3-day conference on nuclear safety and security after Chernobyl and Fukushima, lessons learned and forgotten. This event is dedicated to 2 somber anniversaries, 35 years since the Chernobyl nuclear power plant accident and 10 years since Fukushima Daiichi accident in Japan. But there's also a happy anniversary to mention. This year, the Project on Managing the Atom, the organizers of this event, are celebrating its 25th anniversary. So before we start, I have some housekeeping announcements. This conference is being recorded. And while this event is on record, the event organizers do ask you not to record, use audiovisual recording or distribute parts or all of this event without prior written authorization from the organizers. We have 3 excellent panels for you today. For each of them, we'll be fielding questions from the audience, so please use the webinar Q&A function to write your question. You can do that at any time during the panel, so please also add your name and maybe affiliation to identify yourself. You are invited to register separately for each day of the conference, so the link that you use today will not work for tomorrow, but there's a way to register for tomorrow on our website. Please do tweet and post about this event on social media. And if you do tweet, please use our handle at Managing the Atom so that we could follow your postings and follow the online discussion. So we had an excellent opening day yesterday with some very thought-provoking discussions about the lingering effects of Chernobyl and Fukushima accidents, and about the future of nuclear energy and its discontents. We also had the privilege to welcome Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Grossi, for what I thought was a very candid and insightful discussion. Let me offer just a few reflections on some of the themes that came out from yesterday's discussion, and that I'm sure we'll further explore today. One, nuclear energy will continue to be a significant consideration for technological innovation and industrial investment as a way to meet our society's energy needs while mitigating climate change. The focus on nuclear energy will come with attending challenges in nuclear safety and security, as well as the challenges in nuclear proliferation. The risk of diverting civilian nuclear materials and technologies toward military use will continue to exist, not only as long as nuclear energy exists, but also as long as nuclear weapons continue to hold value as deterrents and symbols of national power and prestige. 2, and related to this, safety and security systems for nuclear facilities and materials throughout their life cycles are not something that governments and operators can just put into place and forget about. Nuclear safety and security is an ongoing process and should remain the focus of academic circles, government, and industry, all the while keeping in mind that all technological systems are socio-technological systems, and that, as Professor Sheila Jasanoff very eloquently put it yesterday, the biggest human error is the belief that there will be no human error in designing and operating these technologies. 3, as John Holdren pointed out yesterday, and as he has repeatedly pointed out over many years, a nuclear event, accident, or incident anywhere is a nuclear event everywhere. This makes nuclear safety and security a global issue. We heard yesterday from Director General Grossi how Chernobyl was a global scale event. before the world was globalized in the way that we know it today, and how the accident mobilized international corporations in efforts to strengthen nuclear safety. And yet, despite these efforts, 25 years later, nuclear safety at Fukushima Daiichi in Japan, one of the leading industrialized nations, suffered from significant gaps. It seems there can never be too much vigilance and rigor in approaching nuclear safety and security. And finally, Chernobyl and Fukushima proved that low probability, high consequence events do occur. Something that now in the time of the COVID pandemic is probably resonating with many of us. The full scale of long-term effects of events such as Chernobyl and Fukushima are difficult to measure because not all of the things that count are countable. The disruption to the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, the economic cost of cleanup and remediation, and the loss of public trust in nuclear energy, but more broadly in technology and in government institutions. They continue for a long time. So once again, none of these are just a national problem, they're a national responsibility, and yet these events cause global disruptions. And so international solidarity and cooperation and transparency is critical not only in organizing an emergency response to nuclear events, but first and foremost in preventing them. So with that, let me introduce the moderator for our next panel, one of our very own, Dr. Aditi Verma, who is a Stanton Nuclear Security Postdoctoral Fellow here at the Belfer Center's Project on Managing the Atom and the International Security Program. Aditi holds a PhD in nuclear science and engineering from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, where her research explored how reactor designers make decisions in the very early stages of design, particularly those decisions that bear on safety. Her research now focuses on how nuclear technology specifically and complex technologies more broadly and their institutional infrastructures can be designed in the way that engages the collaboration of publics and voices that had previously been excluded. Prior to joining us at the MTA, Aditi worked at the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency, at the IAEA, at Framatome, formerly known as AREVA, and at the Center for Security for the Study of Science, Technology, and Policy. So a very impressive list. Aditi, over to you.
Thank you so much, Mariana, for getting us started today and for that very kind introduction. And thank you everyone for joining us for the second day of the conference from all around the world. Really, we're so pleased to have you with us. I should say that I was a junior in college when the Fukushima Daiichi accident occurred 10 years ago. And the accident has indelibly shaped the kind of work that I have chosen to do as I have myself become a researcher in the last decade. And so it's really an honor for me to moderate this august panel of speakers. And without any further ado, really let me get us started by introducing all of them to you. So Admiral James Ellis is a former president and CEO of the Institute of Nuclear Power Operations, or INPO. He retired from that position in 2012. And prior to his appointment at INPO, Admiral Ellis completed a very distinguished 39-year Navy career. His final assignment in the Navy was as commander of the United States Strategic Command. And in that role, he was responsible for the global command and control of United States strategic and space forces, and he reported directly to the Secretary of Defense. So thank you, Admiral Ellis, for joining us.
Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Dr. Youngmin Kang is an independent consultant and South Korea's member of the International Panel on Fissile Materials. Dr. Kang is also a former chairman of South Korea's Nuclear Safety and Security Commission. Dr. Kang, like me, is a nuclear engineer through and through. He holds undergraduate, master's, and doctoral degrees in nuclear engineering, with his PhD being from the University of Tokyo. And he is really an expert on both safety and security and has written extensively on both subjects, including how they interface with each other. So thank you, Dr. Kang, for being with us today. Dr. Sonia Schmid is an associate professor of science and technology studies, or STS, at Virginia Tech. And she's also the co-director of the STS graduate program in Northern Virginia. Her book, which is personally one of my favorites ever, which is called Producing Power, was published by MIT Press in 2015. And it's really a definitive history of the Soviet nuclear program leading up to the Chernobyl accident in 1986. In her current work, which was supported by an NSF Career Award, Dr. Schmid studies the challenges of globalizing emergency response. She earned her doctorate in science and technology studies from Cornell University. So thank you, Professor Schmid, for being with us today as well. And last but hardly least, Dr. Tasujiro Suzuki is professor and vice director at the Research Center for Nuclear Weapons Abolition at Nagasaki University in Japan. Before his current appointment, he was vice chairman of the Japan Atomic Energy Commission from 2010 to 2014. He has also previously been the associate vice president of the Central Research Institute of the Electric Power Industry in Japan. He is currently a member of the advisory board of the Parliament's Special Committee on Nuclear Energy in Japan. And actually, like Dr. Kang, Dr. Suzuki also holds a PhD in nuclear engineering from the University of Tokyo. So we have several nuclear engineers on this panel. So the title of our panel is Nuclear Safety, Learning from Past Accidents, Countries' Perspectives. And we have here with us really a very intellectually diverse and professionally diverse group of speakers. In the 35 years since the Chernobyl accident and the 10 years since the Fukushima accident, we've really come to accept a lot of received wisdom about nuclear safety. And so I hope that with this panel in particular, we can think through some of those assumptions, perhaps challenge some of that received wisdom, and reflect on whether there are any new ways in which we can or should be thinking about safety. So to get the discussion started, let me open with a question for all of you, really, which is that how did the two accidents alter each of your respective views, if at all, on what constitutes safety, what it means for a nuclear plant to be safe, and how safety is achieved? Admiral Ellis, I wonder if we could start with you.
Well, thank you, Didi, and thanks again for the opportunity to participate in this panel, and indeed this 3-day venue. It's wonderful to be back and affiliated with all of the folks who contribute so much to enhancing the safety of our nuclear enterprise. But it's very clear that for me, and I think for the industry, the primary thing that changed was the need to focus beyond the idea of prevention and excellence, which we'd always worked to pursue. When I talk about managing risk, I often use the 3 M's. You have to be able to effectively measure the risk that you have. You have to work in your process or your system to minimize the risk, and then you have to manage the risk that remains, as it does in virtually every enterprise, every human enterprise. Well, the results at the events at Fukushima clearly brought into stark relief that wasn't sufficient. And so I've added a 4th M, if you will, and that's mitigation. And so I think that's the the biggest takeaway for us at the time, that we had focused so much on prevention and operational excellence, which we should have. Perhaps we needed to get the balance better going forward and address more on the mitigation side.
Thank you, Admiral Ellis. That is certainly a very important lesson to have learned. Dr. Kang, I wonder if we could have your reflections as well. I think you might be muted.
Sorry.
No problem, we can hear you now.
Yeah. To prevent severe accidents at the nuclear power plant, they are designed in accordance with the concept of defense in depth, which refers to multiple layers of protection aimed at reducing risks to both public and workers. The defense in depth strategy places priority on the prevention of accidents, and if they cannot be prevented, on the mitigation of their consequences. The 3 Mile Island accident in 1979 helped to identify the weakness in defense in depth. A reactor core did partly melt down, and some radiation did escape from the reactor. The 1986 Chernobyl disaster illustrated not just the consequences of inadequate defense in depth, but need for a safety culture, which is Soviet nuclear power program marked wrecked. And the Fukushima disaster showed that nuclear power plants can fail, even when they are designed in accordance with defense in depth principles, if they are subjected to force greater than they are built to withstand. Some nuclear energy people in South Korea like to say that severe nuclear accidents might occur once in 100,000 years or in million years. Then why there were 3 Mile Island accident in 1979, the Chernobyl accident in 1986, and the Fukushima accident in 2011? The nuclear accident can occur not only due to human errors or natural disaster, but also due to security vulnerability by military attacks or terrorist attacks or sabotage that disable its safety system. So we need to broaden our perspective on safety, considering safety security nexus. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those reflections. Dr. Schmid, if we could have your thoughts on that question as well.
Yes, thank you, Aditi, for inviting me to this event. I'm really thrilled to be on this panel. So the question was about how these accidents kind of changed our views, if they did, on what constitutes safety. And what Fukushima was for you, as you described, and left an impression on how you perceived nuclear safety and what choices you made in your research topics. Chernobyl was that for me. I was a young student in school when Chernobyl happened, and I was living in Austria at the time, so we did get some of the fallout that was drifting over Western Europe at the time, and I witnessed firsthand the conversations about what was still safe to eat, and whether we should, how we should wash the lettuce from our garden, et cetera, et cetera. So when Fukushima happened, I think I followed pretty much the trajectory of what many in the nuclear safety business also thought. After Chernobyl, we all thought, oh, we need to prevent this from ever happening again. And then when Fukushima happened, it really hit home that no, this is not going. We're not going to prevent severe accidents from happening. They will happen again, and we need to still try to prevent them. But when they do happen, we need to have better means to respond to them. So that was kind of my how my views on nuclear safety changed.
Thank you. That's so fascinating that we all seem to be honing in on mitigation as the important thing to be focusing here. Dr. Suzuki, I wonder how the Fukushima accident changed your own views on what constitutes safety.
Yeah, I think already previous speakers mentioned that, for Chernobyl, I think basically it's a safety culture problem. And also, actually, accident was over after the explosion. But in Fukushima, in a sense, accident is still going. We are still under the nuclear emergency law, and we are still managing the plant. And that's one big difference. And also, as already Dr. Ellis said, that severe accident management was one of the big issue and in Japan. That was the problem in the Fukushima case. Another thing is that yesterday, Dr. Kurokawa mentioned that the so-called regulatory capture. If the regulator is not independent, this kind of accident could happen. So this is a very important lesson we learned from the Fukushima. And finally, I would say that, as I said, the accident is still going in Japan in terms of technical, social, political, economical. And that's a big difference from the Chernobyl too. And we are still struggling with the consequences of the accident. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that is certainly a very significant difference between the two accidents. So if I might ask a follow-up question to you, Sonia, if I may, since you study how engineers think about making design choices, nuclear engineers in particular often equate safety with quantitative measures of risk. And I wonder, how can we and should we broaden our perspectives on what constitutes safety and even how to think about and measure it? And so let's perhaps start with you, Sonia, but I would certainly love to hear from everybody else as well on this question.
So, I mean, obviously, I would say it's not enough to fix the problem in a technical way. That is, the absolute necessary thing to do, but that's not enough. That can never be enough. And we just heard from Dr. Suzuki that you need an independent regulator, you need an infrastructure that supports the industry, be that on the production side or the managing side, the personnel training side. There's multiple issues that, or multiple contributors to a safe nuclear industry. So I'm not sure that nuclear engineers necessarily are as single-minded about quantitative measures as you made them out to be. I think nuclear engineers, the ones present included, have a view of nuclear safety that is much more all-encompassing. It's just sometimes hard to imagine, to envision how to set up a system that incorporates other factors as well, such as public acceptance, risk acceptability, equity, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that social scientists and interdisciplinary scholars can definitely help in some ways. And I think, especially in Japan, that's the country I know of, there have been some really path-breaking initiative, some path-breaking initiatives have been taking place where public engagement has been pushed. It's also a country that was willing to take a pretty radical measure after Fukushima by shutting down their entire fleet of nuclear reactors. Just for comparison's sake, in the former Soviet Union after Chernobyl, that was not an option that was ever considered, right? To shut down all nuclear power reactors. One of the regulators at the time actually proposed stopping the operation of the RBMK reactors, the design type that suffered the accident. And even that was buried and not discussed in public at the time. If I may, I just wanted to have one quick go back to what Dr. Suzuki said about, after Chernobyl, after the explosion at Chernobyl, the accident was over, whereas in Fukushima it's ongoing. I respectfully disagree. I think Chernobyl was also a very long process that involved, multiple stages of mitigation and is arguably still going on, right? Not to the extent, it's not as fresh as Fukushima. Obviously, it's been 35 years, but the plant is still, managing the accident.
Thank you for that, Sonia. Admiral Ellis, since you mentioned measurement as one of your M's, I am curious whether the ways of measuring safety changed in the way that INPO did that after Fukushima.
Well, it certainly has, Aditi, and it indeed in the global industry, and I think one of my colleagues on the panel has already mentioned the importance of culture, and specifically a nuclear safety culture. And INPO worked in concert with the U.S. regulator over many years to refine measurement tools and techniques for assessing nuclear culture, not just at the control room level, but throughout a nuclear enterprise, up to and including the oversight, the boardroom, if you will, where commercial nuclear entities are often shaped by policy decisions. And so I think the focus on that over many years has been a significant outcome of the evolution, as you pointed out in your opening remarks, that's required for nuclear safety. And the idea, as Dr. Schmidt has indicated, that there's a human element to this, that there inevitably will be. We're human beings, and it's a human designed and operated system. I think the cultures are an important part of that, and some of my international colleagues have already mentioned the need to continue to focus on that, the causal nature of culture in the events that in Ukraine and in the Chernobyl accident, and certainly the things that to a lesser degree contribute to the realities of operating complex systems in today's world. So I think the focus on nuclear safety culture, the important understanding of that, the requirement not just for the operators, but for those that oversee and train the operators for that kind of an awareness and focus, and quite frankly, as we all are engineers, attempts to still, through surveys and interviews and the like, measure and quantify how well those cultures are developing and maturing is an important element that has contributed to the continued focus on safety in the industry.
Admiral Ellis, if I may ask as a follow-up, I am curious, does safety culture, when it's good and when it works, does it look the same in different countries, or is it nationally specific? And when do you know whether you have achieved it?
Well, I think, it's like many issues. It depends, I suppose. When we assess our global industry, we often begin to discuss the influence of national culture on it. And it's good when we use that discussion to appreciate how we can use the positive elements of who we are to continue to strengthen our technical capabilities and hone our operational skills and deepen our focus on true awareness of the importance of safety. But it's not good if we use national culture as an excuse for different standards, for lower expectations, and average or worse rather than excellence as the median or the mean. And we've seen historic examples of in aviation safety and the like, where a national airline, after years of horrible safety performance, set out with the help of international assistance to reform its safety culture. And what they came to understand, and what we all, I think, need to understand, is that what was required was not a change in the national culture, but a change in the culture, in that case, in the airliner cockpit, or in our case, in the nuclear reactor control room. So we've got to have enough common culture of involvement, accountability, and excellence in design, construction, and operation and oversight. And I think the industry around the world has demonstrated the ability to do that, but it's got to exist from the control room to the boardroom. And it's got to be a non-negotiable requirement for participation in our industry at the start, not some years hence at some future mythical milestone.
Thank you. If I could now ask that very question to my fellow nuclear engineers, Tatsujiro and Youngmin, how should nuclear engineers be thinking about risk and safety? And do you think your answer to that has changed after Fukushima in particular? And Tatsujiro, perhaps if we could start with you.
Yes, I personally, the Fukushima experience changed my thinking about the safety assessment very fundamentally. When we talk about the safety assessment, engineers basically expressed by numbers, frequency times consequences. And also when you talk about the safety of energy technologies, we often use number of deaths per kilowatt hour. We discussed yesterday also this subject. I don't think that is good enough. And when I experienced the Fukushima accident, you see this is Alison McFarlane also mentioned, social, environmental, ethical, human factors. All these must be assessed. It's very difficult for engineers to assess. You can't quantify, but it is significant. When I talk with the families who were brought up, who were broken up by this accident, and they also lost their land, they lost the history of their families. And it's so painful to hear that. And it is kind of ethical question comes up when we talk about this. So I would say the risk of technologies, particularly nuclear technologies, we have to consider all these non-technological, non-quantifiable risk.
Thank you for that. Youngman, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, nuclear energy people, likes the safety, with the numbers of probability of the cause of accident, but that would be only true when the cause of accident were due to natural disaster and or system weakness, system inherent vulnerability on itself. But those accidents, nuclear accidents, can be occurred by other aspects, the security vulnerability. It's simple to think about the military attack. In South Korea, we particularly concerned about the North Korean military attack to South Korean nuclear power plant. What if North Korea, the attack South Korean nuclear power plant with a missile? So then the nuclear accident would, occur by those military attacks. So what number should be considered when we think about the military attack? Is it 0 or is it number, the 100%? It's very difficult to estimate those probability. So the nuclear energy people, or even the US NRC, think that those kind of threat probability might be 0. It's very ridiculous, but it's true. So we need to broaden our perspective on safety. Not only safety only occurred by natural disaster or other systemic weakness, but also we should think about the security vulnerability. Thank you.
Thank you. These are all such interesting answers. I think perhaps in the long run, we do need some pedagogical change in nuclear engineering as a discipline to fold in these broader, more complete ways of thinking about risk and safety. But I guess if I might move on now to what is really the theme of this conference, which is what lessons have we learned and not learned from these two accidents? I'm curious, in each of the countries that you are either from or that you study as part of your research, what are some of the most salient lessons that you think were learned, or lessons that were unlearned or forgotten after both accidents? And Tatsu, I wonder if we could start with you. And here I'm particularly curious to hear your reflections on this in the context of the role that you now play on this advisory board that has been convened in Japan to think about the future of nuclear energy.
Well, very short answer to your question to me is the biggest lesson learned from the Fukushima accident is think unthinkable. And that's being often said, but it is difficult to do. In the Fukushima accident, you have to be prepared for unexpected things. It was difficult to assume what is the right thing to do, even the accident management. It was very difficult. So think unthinkable was one big lesson I learned. And also communication. During the accident management that's a key. Because of the lack of power sources, the digital communication was not possible at that time. And all the information came from TEPCO through faxes, handwritten faxes. That's not ideal. And now it's changed, of course, but that was the case. And lack of communication among the key actors, the site management, regulators, government, TEPCO headquarters, and government officials, it was chaos. So that was communication was the key. The third thing I like to say is the key word is trust. And even during the crisis, the government is trying to not let the public not to be panic. So they try to minimize the information release, particularly the bad information release. And eventually that led to a lack of trust. It was difficult to release all the information at that time because it wasn't clear what was the right information. But eventually we have to think how to release the information. And even after the accident, even ongoing right now, TEPCO is trying not to release everything. So that the trust through transparency and honest information disclosure, that is very important. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case during the Fukushima accident. So those are the three things I learned.
But as a quick follow-on, what are things you wish the industry, in particular in Japan, had learned but hasn't yet, if anything?
Yes. Good, thank you. Actually, industry did establish INPO-like organization in Japan, Japan Nuclear Safety Institute. And so they tried to learn from the US experiences, in particular so-called self-regulation. They also established a risk research center to more applying PRA, probabilistic risk assessment, to the safety management. Unfortunately, my impression, this is my impression, that effort have not led to the so-called better safety culture yet. I can show you some of the examples. Most recent one, this is more security issues, but the most recent one was the TEPCO Kashiwazaki Kariha plant, in Niigata plant. One employee who was not supposed to be allowed to go into, they were allowed to go into the control room with a false ID card. And it turned out ID card was rewritten by another employee. So that was a security. This is a serious security breach, and it was not reported for a couple of months. So that was a kind of example, and that unfortunately that the safety security culture have not been improved much. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia, I wonder if I could ask you the same question. And in your case, since you study a number of countries in a comparative way, I wonder if you might be willing to answer the question in a comparative way as well. How do you see differences across countries in the ways in which they have learned, unlearned, or forgotten lessons from these two accidents?
So I haven't looked comparatively at what countries have learned from Chernobyl. I've looked comparatively at what countries, individual nations have done after Fukushima. So let me start with Chernobyl and the then Soviet Union and what they learned or what changed after the accident. And to my surprise, you would imagine that if some accident of that magnitude happens, the first thing that a nuclear industry would do is address the technical issues. Well, they did that, but the first step was organizational. So they addressed the management of the nuclear industry. Who was in charge of actually running those plants? There was a division between two ministries that had overlapping responsibilities, which typically creates a vacuum of responsibility because everybody thinks, oh, the other one is going to take care of that, right? And they tried to fix that after the accident in a couple of different moves. First, kind of separating nuclear power plants out from everything else, and then eventually combining back everything nuclear under one roof. And that's how it's stayed up until today. The technical changes, as I mentioned, the changes in training operators and also a legal framework followed. But the organizational changes, how to manage the nuclear industry, was the first response. I also wanted to mention that the Soviet industry had responded to the 3 Mile Island accident also by implementing managerial changes. So you could see in some of their documentation that apparently up until 3 Mile Island, they had fewer staff on site on weekends or holidays. And after 3 Mile Island, they realized, well, wait a second, these things typically happen on weekends. And maybe we need to have full staff on site at all times, et cetera. And the other thing that happened after Chernobyl, as a response to Chernobyl, was increased international, let's just say, collaboration in terms of, international conventions that were signed on notification, which went badly wrong after Chernobyl, as we know, and also in terms of requesting assistance. However, I would argue that at the time Chernobyl happened, it was easy for the rest of the world to say, well, nobody other than the Soviets operate this particular design. And this is a specific political system, a very unique management of this nuclear industry. So probably this won't happen here, wherever the here was, right? And so it was easier to dismiss Chernobyl as a very culturally specific accident. When Fukushima happened, however, that was no longer as easy because this happened in a highly industrialized democratic society that had, all the institutions in place, some of the best engineers in terms of seismic engineering. So what happened after Fukushima in comparative perspective was much more focused on mitigation and the international networks and frameworks that were set in place or between the two accidents acquired new urgency because they hadn't really been mobilized, right? If you focus on prevention, then you choose very different strategies than if you focus on mitigation. And one last point I'd like to make is that what we tend to overlook in discussions about nuclear safety is that we don't just learn from severe accidents at nuclear facilities. 9/11, for example, had a huge impact on the US nuclear industry in terms of, flight patterns and security exercises, et cetera. The pandemic hopefully will also have some effect on, changing up the safety and security regimes at nuclear facilities. What we haven't looked at or considered enough, I would argue, given the example that I had earlier with the Soviet Union, is regime change. I mean, the Soviet Union collapsed 5 years after Chernobyl happened, and the successor states of the Soviet Union had to pick up the slack and figure out how to handle the ongoing mitigation of this accident. And likewise, disasters sometimes don't come in isolation. We saw that in Fukushima, right? There was an earthquake, but there was also a tsunami. and so it's easy to imagine that, disasters happen simultaneously and have compounding effects on each other. I would say that we still haven't, considered that, imagined that unimaginable, as Dr. Suzuki put it, enough anywhere in the world.
Thank you for that. Youngmin, I wonder if you might be willing to answer this question about what countries have learned and unlearned from your perspective, from the time that you spent on Korea's Nuclear Safety and Security Commission as the chairman. What role do such bodies play in learning and unlearning or partially learning from accidents, and what can they do better? I think you're still.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Rather than a former chairman of Nuclear Safety and Security Commission, I'd like to express my opinion privately, because sometimes their policy is different to mine. So about as a recent but was unlearned from those previous those past accidents, I'd like to focus more on technical issues. Specifically, it's a zirconium fire. LWR nuclear fuel, use the cladding material of zircaloy. So loss of cooling the nuclear fuel, increase the temperature of the fuel, then it, starts the oxidation reaction process on the order of 1,000 degrees Celsius. So this was a common cause of 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl accident, and also Fukushima accident. So based on those common cause of the nuclear accident, I'd like to raise a big concern about spent fuel pool fires that has not been discussed largely among world nuclear industry, even after the Fukushima accident. The spent fuel pool fire was almost happened in Fukushima in 2011. The pool at the TEPCO's Fukushima Daiichi Nuclear Power Plant Unit 4 did not leak after the earthquake, but due to high contamination of spent fuel pool areas of radioactivity from around, the pool were inaccessible for a prolonged period of time. So the water level in the pool of Unit 4 dropped to the point where its spent fuel almost became uncovered. group of US DOE's India National Lab that does accident simulations for the US NRC calculated that had the fuel in the fuel 4 been uncovered, the radioactive heating of the fuel assemblies that had been temporarily taken out of the reactor core to allow work inside the pressure vessel would have raised the temperature of the fuel assemblies, zirconium cladding above 1,000 degrees Celsius. Unfortunately, Fukushima spent fuel Unit 4 was saved from dry out because of unexpected leakage into the pool from the adjacent reactor pit. If a full fire had occurred at Unit 4, the release of its full inventory of about 900 petabecquerel of cesium-137 would have been roughly 100 times larger than the actual release of the Fukushima 3 unit. So if that happened, the worst case was that about 30 million people, about 1/4 of Japan's population, would have had to be relocated from an area including part of Tokyo. So this spent fuel fire can occur nuclear power plants in any country because nuclear fuel, use the zircaloy cladding material. So this issue with Professor Frank Van Hippel in Princeton University, and I have raised many years ago and so far, but was not discussed, fully among nuclear community, because even still, U.S. NRC consider that those kind of accident probability would be very low, because they do not consider, as I said, the security vulnerability. They are just consider the natural disaster. So because of that, I just wanted to mention this spent fuel fire issues as a lesson learned, but actually unlearned from past accident. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Admiral Ellis, I wondered if you too could answer that question in a comparative way. I know that INPO certainly grew out of the American nuclear industry, but I think it values safety and excellence in the nuclear sector globally. And I'm curious how you saw different countries responding to learning from or not sufficiently learning from the Fukushima accident in particular in its immediate aftermath.
Aditi asked a great question, and I certainly have focused most of my efforts on the domestic industry, but also had a role on the WANO governing board for a number of years, where I could be aware and appreciate the efforts that are being undertaken internationally. And I think going back to your early question about things we've learned from this, I think all of us at the beginning learned, after Fukushima, you can't just focus on the plan as it currently exists. You've got to carefully examine, as I think Sonia Schmidt indicated, the assumptions on which the plan is based. And that's where you often find that you're not as well equipped for the future you anticipated as opposed to the future that you actually get. And you've got to pay particular attention, as she also indicated, to the dependencies and the interrelationships. In other words, you've got to consider what would happen. I mean, many plans, for example, relied on the existence and availability of emergency equipment when the building in which that housed would also be vulnerable to a seismic event, for example, and it might not be available. And so these subtleties, I think, were one of the important takeaways that came out of our experience, our shared experience, and in a sense it was, even though our Japanese colleagues certainly bore the brunt of the responsibility. But on the international side, one of the other big takeaways, I think, for all of us from our shared experience over a decade ago was the value and importance of relationships, international relationships particularly, both those of longstanding, which were deepened and strengthened, and those that, quite frankly, were created afresh with organizations and individuals who shared our concern and commitment, but with whom we perhaps before had never spoken. In some of the calls in the aftermath of Fukushima, and there were many for all of us, we ended up introducing ourselves in some cases and our organizations to disparate elements, each of whom were a legitimate stakeholder in the conversation, ranging from the operators to the major supply chains and engineering firms, all the way up to military authorities, diplomatic authorities, the leadership of regulatory agencies, all of those things. My point here is not to name drop, but to highlight that the depth and the breadth of the interaction that united us all by a commitment, but we weren't united by process or by training or by previous interaction. We created these new relationships on the fly, and as I said, in some cases, introducing our organizations and ourselves during conference calls. One of the other things that I think, if we look back honestly, was the commitment to excellence in the global nuclear world is unarguable, but the mechanisms and the standards that are to be applied are not as uniform as they might have been. We explored, for example, an increased role for the IAEA in setting and monitoring, in some cases enforcing standards, and chose not to go in that direction. I still believe that necessarily as a global industry, and indeed we are in every sense of the term, that to achieve and sustain excellence in nuclear safety around the world, we've got to establish by personal commitment, not by fiat or decree, the global nuclear standards with international accountability. And we've got to, as some have opined yesterday, those that currently operate commercial nuclear power plants, as well as those that aspire to do so, have to recognize the importance of and give the appropriate priority, as I said earlier, to effectively measuring, minimizing, managing, and now mitigating risk. And we've got to find a way to hold each other accountable for outcomes, not aspirations. And one of the things that I think might help us in that regard, and Dr. Schmidt and I have written an op-ed for your consideration, talked about perhaps creating a at-the-ready, robust, and highly capable emergency response capability with global capacity. In other words, many of our nations have done that. It's been the focus of the U.S. industry, the FLEX program, and I think they've done very, very well in creating that capability. But it's not clear that we've explored how we might share that internationally. There's an opportunity there for that kind of a conversation. There are parallels that have existed in history. There have been international submarine rescue agreements, for example, that require each nation to come to the rescue of another nation's submarine should they get into difficulty. And in order to do that, they have to have interoperable equipment, common standard docking collars, things of that nature. I recognize the difficulty and the challenge of it, but in addition to having this capability, that interaction and exercising and knowledge involves at its grassroots level the most fundamental sharing of cultures and capabilities and the importance of nuclear safety. And so it's yet another mechanism, in addition to the high-level seminars and memorandums of agreement and the types of things that we historically default to. So again, I'll stop talking at that point, but I do think that the ability to share not just insights and intelligence, but to share capability internationally would be an important plus for the global nuclear industry.
Thank you, Admiral Ellis. And actually, that leads me on very nicely to the next question that I was going to ask everybody, which has to do between striking this balance between sharing information, converging on a single set of best practices about safety, harmonizing versus developing country-specific, unique practices that might work in specific national contexts because of the national specificities of the ways in which organizations and institutions are designed. And so I wonder what you think, Admiral Ellis, of how to strike that balance. How should countries be thinking about learning from each other, about harmonizing versus holding on to what they've done for a long time, which has perhaps worked? What is the best way to think about that?
Well, there has to be a sweet spot between the sovereignty issues and the regulatory approaches that may differ from one nation to another, and we have to acknowledge the acceptability and indeed in many cases the appropriateness of that. But I think some of the mechanisms that do exist, the global evaluation of regulatory entities, for example, and the comparison that takes place as a result of that periodically, with which we're all familiar, is an opportunity for that. But ultimately, it is a national choice as to how you regulate, and quite frankly. And this is an area where Harvard has great expertise, and I would not presume to go. But what is the role and what is the regard for supranational organizations in this day and age? And given the political directions and the populist trends and things like that, I mean, are people really going to accept a global standard imposed by a faraway entity? Probably not. But I do think the harmonization piece that you talk about is so important. Our experience at INPO is, and I suspect it's reflected in the experience of others around the world that have explored self-regulatory models, is that folks are much more willing to accept the regulatory requirements if they have a hand in their shaping, if they know that their voice is heard, whether they're the operators, whether the owners, whether the government regulator and the like. If you can come together in a venue and collaboratively begin to explore, I think we'll find that we can agree on much more than areas in which we differ, and I think that's the way we need to go. We shouldn't expect that some global regulatory regime is going to spring fully formed out of Vienna that everyone is going to accept and adopt. I do think that the incredible work that the IAEA has done over many years in facilitating the interaction and the conversations can lead us to a more common approach than we currently see internationally.
Thank you for that. I wondered if any of our other panelists would also like to weigh in on that question very quickly before we move on to some questions from the audience. Sonia?
Yeah, I'll say a few words. So the harmonization aspect, I totally agree, is super important. When the European Union started their stress test initiative after Fukushima, that was part of what came out of this, right? Not necessarily every country, every nation state implementing the exact same structures, but to learn about the structures and the mechanisms and the bureaucracies, the organizational cultures in other countries, and to appreciate that they were at times different, to know and appreciate those differences, and also to find ways to translate among them. So I also like to think, as an analogy to these different flavors of nuclear industries and nuclear safety, in terms of languages, right? We can't all speak all the languages of the world, but we can, try to learn one or two. We can have qualified translators. But it all boils down at the end of the day back to the issue of relationships. Do we know somebody who speaks that other language? Can we relate to the differences? Sometimes the differences, make the flavor, and are what we appreciate about a different culture, a different country. But what is still missing to some extent is to better communicate. On an ongoing basis about these differences. I agree with you, Aditi, that Admiral Ellis, that the IAEA is not going to impose one size fits all for everyone. But if the IAEA can live up to its goal to kind of mediate among these different styles and flavors, then that would be hugely helpful.
Thank you. Tatsu, Youngmin, I wondered if you have any thoughts on that? No? All right. So,
yes.
oh, Tatsu does. All right.
Sorry, I just had a brief comment. I think harmonization is ideal. I think that's a very good way to move toward that goal. And in reality, I just studied briefly after the accident, comparison with the airline industry. There's an international regulation association, IATA, and that is one good example that we should aim at. The biggest difference is that, as Dr. Ellis said, each plant has a specific design specification, and for even within Japan, each plant is different, and so harmonization requires standardization of the design, and that should become first. I think it should go parallel together. And meanwhile, I think we have already done many things, learning from the other so-called best practice, learning from the best practice. That will improve the safety level. So that's probably an interim solution, and then eventually leading to the standardization, and then going to the harmonization and international, probably, hopefully, regulation.
Thank you for that, Tatsu. So I must say we have had an extremely engaged audience, and we've been getting some really great questions from everybody. So I think it's perhaps time to transition into those. And perhaps we can start with a question from our very own Professor Matthew Bunn asks, how can we establish cultures that might lead people to question things that have been fine for many years, such as the height of the seawall, and unwaterproof diesel generators in the basement at Fukushima Daiichi? So how do we build these kinds of cultures? Admiral Ellis, I wonder if we could start with you again on this one.
Well, thanks, Aditi, and I think this is incredibly important. It goes back to one of our colleagues on this panel who talked about imagining the unimaginable, but even at a more basic level, it gets back to the point I tried to make a bit earlier, is questioning the assumptions on which your plan is based. I mean, if you built a seawall of a certain height, you obviously were assuming that was going to be sufficient for any realistic threats. Well, is that realistic? And what does the new seismology tell you about the plate tectonics in the Pacific, for example, or could have or should have informed a decision that was made about that protective device? So the ability to periodically dust off and question things that have been on the shelf as conventional wisdom. And as I often note, sometimes conventional wisdom is far too conventional and not nearly wise enough. And what you need is a fresh set of eyes and a fresh set of perspectives. And I think that's also, and here I'm expressing a very strongly held personal opinion, the reason that I think we need to continue to re-energize our industry, the importance of young entrants and people who look at things differently, who have different experiences, and that can then be applied. I think, as one of our colleagues has already mentioned, Tsuchiro, about drawing from other industries who, as we typically have in a narrow sense with control room operations, comparing them to cockpit operations in aircraft, for example. I think there may be other elements that have application as well. We are not the only industry that deals with risk. Virtually any human activity brings with it some element of risk. And I think if we broaden our perspective, I think that would be helpful. For years, we've worried about stovepipes in intelligence and in organizations and the like. And I had a colleague who years ago, with tongue firmly in cheek, would always say, well, they're not stovepipes, they're cylinders of excellence, and if we selfishly and self-centeredly believe that we have all the answers, that we have a set piece that will last forever against changing and emerging threats or different conditions, I think we're vulnerable to those events that we should have seen coming. I mean, remember that a black swan is not the same as a perfect storm. Perfect storm is a combination of events that we've already recognized and identified. They just all happen together, and those are the interdependencies and the relationships that I think we need to explore regularly and continuously, with the benefit of outside insight and advice, and will continue as the industry has globally and certainly in the United States to get better and improve our safety record.
Thank you so much for that. Tatsu, I see you've been nodding. I wondered if there's anything you might want to add to that.
Well, I think my short answer is that, again, think unthinkable, but in practice, so-called open discussion culture, and that is difficult in Japan, actually. Particularly, I don't know, this is unique to the nuclear industry, but discussion is often closed, and it's not open to other different opinions and views, and that was a problem before Fukushima, and now the nuclear industry is trying to change, but still, it is called nuclear village. It is a closed community, and there is a tendency that the people are afraid to speak up for different opinions. That has to be changed. I think one of the measures to do it, I think one of the practices I learned from the workshop at the WINS, World Institute of Nuclear Security, they have a simulation workshop that is very interesting. The role play in the different actors so that they can view different things. And that kind of exercise will be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Sonia and Youngmin, I wondered if you have any thoughts on how we imagine the unimaginable and whether culture has a role to play in doing that. Youngmin, I wondered if you would like to go first.
Not much good idea on this issue, so I just be silent.
All right, so perhaps, Sonia, were you going to say something? All right, so perhaps we move on to the next question. We really have been getting a number of really excellent ones. So Mark Hibbs asks, based on the experience of Fukushima, what should be the balance between the role of government, regulator versus operator, and the industry in the response to a serious nuclear safety event? And actually, Sonia, I wondered if you might be willing to start us off on this one.
Sure. So again, coming back to an earlier point I was trying to make, that addressing or responding to an accident with a technical solution is the first step, and it's really important, but it cannot be everything. What we see in after each of these accidents is a call for the elimination of human error by eliminating humans, right? And this is a common trope in nuclear engineering. Well, if we could just get rid of all the humans involved, then the technology would be made safer. There's still an ongoing resistance to trusting human expertise and human judgment. It is much more challenging to teach how to arrive at good judgments, how to make good judgments, how to make judgments that are based on teamwork, on collaboration. But I think the particular balance between technology and expertise, the particular balance between the role of government and regulator as opposed to operators and industry, they're so different in different countries. And again, you can't just impose that. That is something that has grown over decades and is hard to change. Again, I think what we can do to get a better handle on this is to know about these different balances in different countries and build relationships to understand what is possible in one system and may work better or may work better in another one. When we design these systems, we can also consciously take into account how we want to balance that. But in many cases, these infrastructures and the nuclear community, if you want, is already in place. So it's this is can you alter these structures? Sure, but to what extent is that a realistic goal in the short run? Rather than appreciating them, getting to know them better, building relationships of people who understand both or maybe multiple systems, and then have them collaborate in the event of a severe accident and effectively responding to it. Because we cannot, prepare for everything. I mean, I think one of the fallacies is after each of these accidents, we redesign our mechanisms and our capabilities to respond, but we're preparing for the last accident, right? We're not really imagining, and we cannot probably imagine all the possibilities. So it's going to be critical to build in this resilience and this flexibility that some of these individual programs have tried to accomplish by either standardizing certain aspects of the response strategy or by training people to work together regardless of what happens and respond to it effectively.
Thank you for that, Sonia. So if we move on to our next question, Will Toby asks, what lessons for improving security in terms of planning, operations, or regulation can be drawn from the 3 safety accidents, so 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima? And Youngmin, since you think so much about nuclear safety and security as they interface with each other, I wonder if you might want to take this question.
Yeah, I think that as far as the nuclear industry, uses continuously nuclear fuel with zero-calorie cladding material, we cannot avoid the zirconium fire caused by cooling or loss of cooling. So whatever safety or security measure taken, so this is we cannot avoid nuclear accident now or in the future. So what I'm saying is, core meltdown or spent fuel fire would occur in any country in any time. And also, as I already mentioned, that those accidents could happen not only by natural disaster or human errors or system weakness. It can be happened by terror attacks, terrorist attacks, or sabotage, or even military attacks. So, but nuclear energy community have been addicted by the concept of safety myth, safety myth. Even after Fukushima, in some of South Korean nuclear energy experts, said that those kind of accident, Fukushima-like accident would not happen in South Korea because in South Korea we have no BWRs. When Chernobyl accident happened, the South Korean nuclear energy people said we don't have those kind of Russian type reactor in South Korea. But PWR already had nuclear accident at the 3 Mile Island in 1979, right? The core partly melted down already, and the radioactivity was released from the reactor core. But so far, what kind of safety measures were taken to the nuclear power plant? Think about that. And what kind of strengthened measures were taken at the spent fuel building? spent fuel pool building is really vulnerable to attack outside, and also it's a spent fuel pool has not enough water when those kind of accidents happen to be supplied. So nuclear accident, in my view, nuclear accident would occur in any country in any time soon. So we really seriously think about not only a regulatory body or nuclear industry. They always are talking about the strength and the safety measures or security measure whenever nuclear accident happened. After time passed, after several years later of the nuclear accident, they forgot about that, and the nuclear myth comes again, and they don't much pay attention. They don't much pay, talk about the safety, measures again. That's it.
Thank you so much, Youngmin. We have been getting a number of questions on safety culture, and this one is from Najm Mishkati, who's a professor at USC. And his question is specifically for Admiral Ellis, and he asks, can you please tell us, based on your experience, what aspects of the nuclear safety culture are not working in the civilian sector, and what mindset Navy folks who are moving to the civilian sector, what do they have to change?
Well, Didi, it's a great question, the comparison between the two, and it, as you might imagine, in many ways, not in the focus on safety, but in many ways, there are different cultures involved in that. And I'd prefer to turn the question on its head and talk about some of the pluses, if you will, on the Navy side, that I think many of which have been translated to the at least the U.S. commercial industry. And the first of that is leadership accountability, and the fact that safety starts, the safety culture starts with the organization's leadership. In other words, it's not, it doesn't begin in the shop floor, though it can be certainly enhanced and expanded there. It's the standards and expectations that are set in the early days, and we've already mentioned that perhaps there's an educational role. I think you mentioned that earlier in talking about safety in the nuclear enterprise, and that's the key piece that the nuclear Navy in the United States has always promoted is the importance of safety, and it begins from the day you step into the first schoolhouse, long before you get to your first operating submarine. Cruiser or aircraft carrier, depending on what generation you are a part of. So there's a leadership role there, and it's not just pontificating. It's not just saying it. The leaders are expected to be involved. I mean, as the commanding officer of a nuclear aircraft carrier, I was expected to be in the plant, giving instruction on a regular basis, and that was documented and reported to the oversight mechanism that established by Naval Reactors, for example. And so, we I think sometimes underestimate the role of leaders in organizations, and what you say is not the same as what you're actually incentivizing or rewarding. And I think we need to be careful about that in organizational dynamics. And you can talk about safety in the commercial side, but if you're really focused on cost cutting and workforce reductions and the like, people will see a contradiction there. And so, and to turn that on its head and take it back to the conversation you led us through earlier on what is the role of the regulator and what's the role of the industry. My view is we have to be very, very careful when we talk about balance, because that implies we've got a bright line and partitioning the responsibility for safety to one or the other in certain specific areas. It's kind of like the old aphorism about the best marriages. The best marriages are 60-60, where each thinks that they are giving more than the other. And so what we need to avoid are the seams or the gaps or the fringes or the cracks where things can happen that each thinks the other is taking care of or responsible for, and much better to have that kind of overlap and double emphasis on the areas that are most important. So I guess my point is that there are things that can be learned from the nuclear Navy, but there are some differences as well that need to be acknowledged. But I think in terms of culture, culture has to be a part of the entire organization. It can't just be, as I've told the nuclear industry many years ago, it can't just be even in your operating nuclear reactors. If your company's culture, your utilities culture is not supportive of safety writ large, then you can't expect that it's going to be prospering in the nuclear element of your enterprise if it's not enforced throughout your entire company. And again, you get what you reward and incentivize, and not just what you request or demand.
Thank you, Admiral Ellis. As a follow-on to that, and addressed to Tatsu actually, we have a question from Kenneth Benedict, also on safety culture, and she asks, how do cost pressures affect safety culture in the nuclear industry? And Tatsu, I wonder if you could answer this from a Japanese perspective and how that might have changed before and after Fukushima.
If cost is affecting safety practices, that's by definition, there is no safety culture. Safety culture puts safety first over cost. But at the same time, I think actually Dr. Ellis knows very well, safety culture actually improved the performance of the reactor, which eventually lead to more efficient, more cost-effective power plant. So actually, there is no evidence that the deregulation of the industry will undermine the safety, or the safety records have not got worsened in the United States experience after the liberalized market. In Japanese case, I wonder what's going to happen. Still, the liberalization is underway right now, but I think basically the liberalization of the market should go along with the improvement of the performance, which means it will improve the safety culture, or also vice versa. If you improve the safety culture, it should improve the economic performance. So that's my belief.
Admiral Ellis, would you like to add to that? I think you're muted still.
Excuse me. No, there's not much I can add. I think I would certainly agree that a safer, better run organization of any stripe is going to be much more effective and efficient. There's much less time out of service, and it's reflected in airline industries and throughout the elements of commercial enterprise that have to deal with risk. And so I think that's a false dichotomy, a false choice to say we either have to have safety or we have to be efficient and profitable. But I do think there's a tension there. And again, it's appropriate to focus on making your enterprise efficient, and particularly if you're publicly traded and you've got shareholders and the like, that's an expectation. But I do think that as Tatsu has indicated, there has to be a firewall between things that are essential to enhancing and continuing to enhance nuclear safety. This is not one where, particularly in our industry, above all others, where you can salami slice back and see how little you can contribute, because I think sometimes you just get lucky. Sometimes you don't have an event and you attribute it to your actions, and when actually it's perhaps more good fortune than not. And so here again, safety has to be a paramount consideration, and I think that it can be done well and at a reasonable cost. But I clearly, when you look at the differences in operating costs of renewable enterprises versus coal and natural gas versus the highly trained and secure workforces that are required to operate a nuclear plant safely, there are some inherent differences there that can be resolved through other actions in the marketplace, like levelizing costs of carbon and the like. But I do think one needs to be careful about having cost as the only metric, because there are many more important metrics, particularly in our industry.
Thank you for that. We have quite a provocative question from Ali Ahmed, who asks, if Fukushima were to happen today in Japan, South Korea, or the US, what would be different or better about the response, or would it be the same? And Sonia, I wondered if you would like to take this one.
Well, I would just like to reiterate that, Fukushima is not going to happen again. Something different is going to happen. And if we prepare for Fukushima, then we won't be able to address this new next severe accident. There have been, various programs implemented across the world. Already the US example has been mentioned, but also, France, Russia have made some strides in terms of ramping up their response capabilities after Fukushima. But the point is really, we cannot prepare for the next accident by focusing on the last. And, we might be able to respond better to something similar to Fukushima today. However, as I said, that's very unlikely to happen.
Thank you. Youngman, I wondered if you too might want to respond to that question, what the response might be in South Korea to an accident like Fukushima or something of similar proportions?
Yes, as I explained that we cannot avoid the nuclear accidents, but we can mitigate the scale of nuclear accident, especially for the case of spent fuel fire. Currently, spent fuel has been stored in dense wrecked pool, in the pool, because the utilities want to save some money instead of storing spent fuel in the dry cask storage facilities. So the move of spent fuel from the pools after 5 years of cooling, discharged from reactor, and placed it in dry cask storage would reduce the scale of nuclear accident when it happened.
Thank you for that, Youngman. Admiral Ellis, I wonder if you might want to comment on some of the changes that have taken place in the US industry in particular to better protect the spent fuel pools, especially after Fukushima.
Well, thank you, Aditi. And I'm not as current in all of that, having been out of any formal relationship with the industry for a number of years. But clearly, those lessons were brought home very forcefully to us as we all watched in slow motion the horrific events that were unfolding in Japan during Fukushima, and so. Clearly, spent fuel maintenance, cooling reliability. There have been a number of initiatives, both on the regulatory side and on the industry side, that have been taken to, as has been appropriately pointed out, to highlight that element of vulnerability in the nuclear enterprise that arguably had not been as well considered as it is now. That is more broadly, of course, linked to the approach to long-term storage for spent fuel and the movement towards dry cask storage and the like, which is even less obviously dependent on mechanical support and cooling sources for its safety. And so I think there's been a focus on that, but ultimately there needs to be an answer long-term for the fuel storage issue as well, and that was addressed very comprehensively in your sessions yesterday. And But I think we've moved in a very positive direction in the U.S. industry, and that movement continues as we begin to focus again on longer term storage challenges for spent fuel.
Thank you for that, Admiral Ellis. While I have you, let me also ask a question by Artem, who says, again on safety culture, what top 3 measures would you highlight to start to develop a nuclear safety culture in a country that's about to build and operate a nuclear plant for the very first time?
Excuse me, I muted myself instead of unmuting. If we're starting from ground zero, in other words, if there's no background, this is a very challenging position to start from. In other words, all organizations have cultures, but if you're building a new organization, then you have to help design it, and your leaders have to build it to start with. And so I think, first off, there's an appreciation that nuclear is, as we all know, and we opine it all the time, nuclear is different, and it really is. And that understanding, I think, is hugely important. And you know, I've had a number of conversations long ago in my time at INPO with aspirant countries who wanted to get into the commercial nuclear enterprise and came to INPO to get a better understanding of how self-regulation can contribute to safety. I was sometimes concerned by the fact that they would say, "Oh, we've been operating coal plants or natural gas plants safely for years. We can do nuclear." Well, my sense and my message to them indeed was, no, this is fundamentally different, and you just can't walk away from this. As soon as you build and fuel and start up your reactor, you're essentially in the nuclear enterprise for 100 years, even if that plant shuts down a day or two later for economic reasons, or you change your mind. I said, this is a long-term commitment. So the first is an awareness that nuclear is fundamentally different, and its implications and its need for, you know, long-term focus and support. And then I think the third piece is we have to avoid, and we can all fall prey to this, some kind of intellectual or national arrogance that, well, everybody else didn't do as well as they need to, but we're going to do it differently, and we're going to be better than everyone else. There's a community out there on which you can draw and on which you must draw, and you have to find ways to plug in very effectively in that, and listen and hear what you're being told, what my colleagues have already articulated as the lessons that need to be taken away from others' experience, even if those experiences are negative. And sometimes we get confused. We think listening is the same as not talking. It really isn't. If you're going to listen, you've got to really hear what people are saying, the emotion that comes with it, the background and the experiences, and sometimes the pain and the scar tissue that you've acquired through all of that. And if you can bring that into your enterprise as you start it up, as you begin afresh, I think you'll be off to a good start. The other piece is to acknowledge that there are differences in technology, and there are differences in how shall I say this, the warranty that comes with your nuclear enterprise. Few people or few nations, I suspect, are going to start this from scratch themselves. They're going to buy it or acquire it, and you need to understand what's the after purchase service agreement and support agreement, and what access does it give you to global working groups and the like, so that you can continue to grow and shape your nuclear culture going forward, as you must, to be an effective and safe operator in this global nuclear enterprise.
Thank you for that. We have a question again from Matt Bunn, actually, and he asks, he says, most of today's international framework for nuclear safety grew out of the Chernobyl accident, and he gives specific examples of the Convention on Nuclear Safety, the IAEA's Nuclear Safety Review Services, the World Association for Nuclear Operators. And he says, by contrast, as the IAEA Director General Grossi just told us yesterday, the changes in the international nuclear safety framework after Fukushima were quite modest. And so what do you think are some of the most important factors that led to this more modest, incremental institutional change at this time? And Tatsu, I wonder if you would like to take this question.
That's a very difficult question, a very good question too. I think one big difference between Chernobyl and this Fukushima is Chernobyl was a Russian, very unique reactor, and so that people tend to think that we have to help Russia to improve the safety, but this time it was a very common reactor type, and just Dr. Ellis said, so-called national arrogance probably prevents from more authoritative actions over national government, and that will prevent probably the oversight by upper level of the government. But at the same time, as we discussed before, if you want to have international regulations or international authoritative actions, you may need to have a more standardized plant. Technically, it is difficult to move on to international safety regulation, and that's why we didn't go enough. But I think to some extent that there's a fundamental shift in thinking about the accident management that has been, I think it's improved also, and also considering tail end, we discussed yesterday, tail end event of the low probability, high consequences event, and also the concept of resilience, how to respond to the serious accident. Those are the things that actually came out from the Fukushima accident. So I think some new thinking came out from the Fukushima.
Thank you so much, Tatsu. So unfortunately, our time together is drawing to a close. We have just a few minutes left. And I wondered if we could go around the room, so to speak, and if everybody could very quickly offer your thoughts or one piece of advice really on what some of the countries that have the largest nuclear sectors, what can they do to strengthen nuclear safety and security in the future? And so if we could just go around, and if you could very briefly offer your thoughts on this. Sonia, I wonder if we can start with you.
It's a big question. So I think, again, to some extent, this is already happening, but I think what the countries with the largest nuclear fleet, such as the United States and Russia, could do to improve nuclear safety is more mobilization of existing international structures to actually collaborate. What happened after Fukushima, after Chernobyl, in terms of institution building, may have been more ambitious than the effort after Fukushima, but there's a limit to the mandate of these international institutions. Nuclear safety is still is still relegated to nation states, and so if we could improve the active collaboration, exercising together, peer reviews, observing what is happening in other countries with nuclear fleets, I think that would go a long way.
Thank you, Sonia. Youngmin?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about technical aspect. Strengthening. I'd like to emphasize the strengthening measure to minimize the risk of spent fuel fire. To do so, we need to move spent fuel from the pools after 5 years of cooling and place it dry cask storage, and use open rack spent fuel pool, not dense rack. And we need to have a sufficient water reservoir on site to cool the pools when spent fuel pools happen. And also the nuclear industry, the world nuclear industry needed to develop accident tolerant fuels, to avoid the zero canyon fires. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Youngmin. Tatsu?
Yes, my one word is remember don't forget the accidents. And I think it's important to keep all the records. Archive is very important so that we should not forget what happened. And unfortunately, that the keeping the record during the accident is difficult. So I think it's important. Actually, TMI accident was very good to have all the records, but I don't think we have enough records in the Fukushima case. But so the key word here is don't forget, remember the accident.
Thank you, Tatsu. There's certainly need for record keeping. And actually here there's a very important role for historians such as Sonia to play to make sure that we don't forget. Admiral Ellis, over to you for any final thoughts on this.
Well, thank you, Didi, and it's been a real pleasure to be a part of this this great panel. You know, I think we need to remember as we step back from this that we're all a part of a global community. I mean, Joe Reese got it right, and perhaps in a more negative tone than we might wish when he said we were hostages of each other. But we're also colleagues and teammates and supporters of each other. And I think if we use the myriad of international opportunities that are available to us, perhaps through the IEA and WANO and other enterprises, to get involved, to understand the dynamics, to get to know your colleagues and build those relationships of what I spoke about, which I spoke earlier. And as I said, don't focus on the plan. Carefully examine the assumptions on which your plan is based. I think that's a great start. Understand and value the cultural differences, such as deference to age or expertise, but those realities have to be used to identify potential shortfalls or blind spots, and then to create training and oversight mechanisms to ensure that they don't become unintended obstacles to achieving excellence. And I do believe that there's an ability now to capitalize quickly and effectively on the technological and safety advantages of new reactor designs, even as we explore new capabilities such as artificial intelligence and how they could be incorporated into current designs, just as digital instrumentation has been for many, many years. And, you know, the irony is that, you know, nuclear energy was the .com of its time in the 50s and the 60s, but essentially research and development stopped. We're now seeing startups and innovative concepts that I think need to be explored both as standalone entities and also as ways to influence the organizations going forward. And then finally, my one word in all of this is appreciate the role of good and effective leadership in all of this, and the value of those relationships and the communication, and understanding, as I said earlier, that listening to what's going on around you is not the same as not talking, and drawing on the collective wisdom of our global nuclear enterprise will ensure that we continue to advance its safety around the world.
That is such a fantastic note to end on. Thank you, Admiral Ellis. And with that, I would just really sincerely like to thank all of our speakers for spending time with us this morning or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are, and having just this fascinating and very important discussion with us. I hope that in the not too distant future, we can perhaps do this in person and continue this conversation. So truly, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your time, and I'm so delighted that we've had such an engaged audience asking us just very incisive and insightful questions. And so with that, we will transition directly into the next panel, which is also on nuclear safety, but with a focus on the role of international institutions. And it is now my pleasure to introduce the moderator of the panel, Dr. Rachel Bronson, who is the president and CEO of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, where she oversees the publishing programs, the management of the Doomsday Clock, and a growing set of activities around nuclear weapons, nuclear energy, climate change, and also disruptive technologies. Dr. Bronson is both a historian and a political scientist by training. And before joining the Bulletin, she served for 8 years at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, where she held a number of positions, including the Vice President of Studies, the Vice President of Programs, also a senior fellow, and she also played a role in their global energy research. So Rachel, thank you so much for being with us today, for leading us into this next part of the discussion on nuclear safety from the perspective of international institutions. Over to you.
Well, Didi, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. And you have given us some big shoes to fill in terms of moderating a great session. That was really terrific. Before I introduced my colleagues on the panel, I want to thank Francesca Giovannini for putting together this amazing 3-day festival on such a serious and important topic at this moment. So welcome back to the United States, and thank you for all you're doing. Also, for all of you listening in, I want you to know that you're in the company of about 150 others. Sometimes in the Zoom world, it can feel very isolating, especially when you can't see who's on this call. But now that I'm moderating, I can see who's on. And there's about 150 amazing, amazing people, too many to shout out. But I do want to give a special shout out to Richard Garwin, who is on this call, and just a hat tip and a thank you, Dr. Garwin, for everything you've done for this field. And it's just so terrific to see you with us here today. So I want to make sure my panelists are on. There they are. Let me start with some quick introductions, and then we'll jump right to it. So Joyce Connery, welcome. Joyce is the chair of the Defense Nuclear Facilities Safety Board. Her bio, as well as the other panelists, are available to you online. But just very quickly, as you all know, she's had an extensive career in the fields of nuclear security, safety, non-proliferation, and energy policy. And Joyce, thank you for joining us today. Duncan Hawthorne, hello Duncan. Duncan is the CEO of Horizon Nuclear Power, and the CEO of Bruce Power, one of the world's largest nuclear power plants, since it was formed in 2001. Because one CEO title was not enough, you clearly need to really fill your days. So you have two, and welcome, and thank you for joining us today. And Richard Meserve, of course, is the former chair of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. He is senior counsel at the law firm Covington and Burling, and he is the president emeritus of the Carnegie Institution for Science and the former chair of the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So welcome to all of you. Our last panel, with the guidance of Didi, really has transitioned us well to talking about international institutions and their role in trying to create a safer future for all of us. And that's going to be the topic of the next hour-and-a-half conversation. So let me actually start where Sonia Schmidt left off, because it's a perfect segue, where she laid out her concerns and her challenges that international institutions have very limited mandates. And at the end of the day, the power still rests with nation states and with individual countries, and are still quite nationalistic. Of course, there's always a balance between the two, but maybe to frame this, we can start with thinking through what Sonia has left for us of the limited mandates of international institutions. Do you agree? Where do you agree? Help set the landscape for us for how we should think about international institutions. And maybe we'll go just with starting with the order that I introduced you, and then we'll mix it up as we get into the conversation. So Joyce, how's that for an opening for you? And if you want to take it in a different direction, please feel free to.
I appreciate that. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for convening and considering the issues of both nuclear security and nuclear safety in this forum, because I think it's really important to kind of look at both of them in terms of culture, in terms of risk factors, and in terms of how we address them both domestically and internationally. And I just want to note to start, as we're coming up on the 10th anniversary of the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami, I just want to recognize the untold suffering and resilience of the people of Japan. We talk about the Fukushima accident because of its impact on nuclear energy and our concerns regarding the economic and ecological toll of the event. But I'd like to take a moment to recall that the destruction of the earthquake and the tsunami were devastating to the people of Japan, and we mourn with them the loss of the 16,000 souls. So I just want to start with that because I think it's good context, because we are looking at nuclear accidents that can have devastating effects, but as to natural disasters have and do impact the world. And it kind of goes to your question about the role of the international organizations. And I work in a domestic organization now, so I have limited connectivity at this point in time. But I think in terms of when you say that it's limiting, I don't know that that's the right term. The responsibility for safety resides in the operator of the reactor or the facility. And that's always been the case. But obviously you depend on the states, the localities, the emergency response apparatus that's around you, and of course, the regulatory infrastructure of the country that you're in and of the international community. So the Convention on Nuclear Safety, the Vienna Convention, we have a lot of tools in the international toolbox that help regulate, and that's probably, I use that in the general sense, our nuclear community around the world. And we have organizations like WANO in which we can go to our peers and get best practices and be held accountable for what's happening in our own country. I would also say that as nuclear has evolved over time, it's become more and more interdependent, in that there's not one reactor design, there's not one reactor that's built that is totally dependent on one country. You have supply chains that are global, you have workforces that are global, and from that standpoint, you have to be able to interact with the international community and set guidelines and standards that are understandable across the globe.
Great, thank you. Duncan, maybe you can help continue to frame out our conversation today, especially because you're operating in multiple countries, and picking up on Joyce's acknowledgement, obviously, that safety starts at the plant and ladders up, but to ladder us up, get us up to the global landscape, recognizing, as Joyce said, this is always a dance between local and international.
Yeah, thank you. And hopefully you can manage without subtitles, given my Scottish accent. I'll do my best. But I think what Joyce said is 100% on the mark as far as I'm concerned. The operator is the person who's in day-to-day control of the assets. And I always tell people one of these kind of simple rules, which maybe I can challenge this audience and say, you can go to any bookshop in the world in any language and go to the business section. You will not find a book called Regulate Your Way to Excellence. That book has never been written. So let's start on the basis that that's not achievable. So I've always looked at safety as a kind of three-legged stool. There's safety by design, there's safety by regulation, and there's safety by operation. And all three of those have to work in concert. But I still believe the most influential one is operation. So when I look at it, I say the standard for operation is a standard of excellence. It's not a standard of compliance. So what you're looking to do, and that's what I think WANO does, it tries to raise the standard of all operators everywhere. Every design, every age, every regulatory environment is bound by a code of operation, which is excellence. And we all work in different regulatory fields. I can tell you, I've controlled almost every reactor design type in the world in my career, except for the Russian VVR. I've had CANDU plants in Canada, ABWRs, the Japanese design, the PWRs, BWRs. They're all different. They all have different design features, but they all meet a regulatory design standard. However, there are differences in how they work. For example, the US is a rule-based regulatory regime. Some of that I could argue, and my friend Jim Ellis would tell you better. It comes from a nuclear navy kind of background, whereas the UK is quite a different one. It's a licensee propose, regulator dispose. It's a more communicative regulatory environment. And as you might imagine, Canada is somewhere in between. So the difficulty is, it's very difficult to impose a regulatory standard internationally when the kind of underlying legislation and framework differs. But WANO's not bound by those things. We have standards of excellence. We have performance objectives and criteria. We can apply them. We can travel the world and visit every site and assess them against the same standard. Now, one of the things I think is important is to note that, as we've said earlier, and I listened to previous speakers talk about learning from lessons from previous events, I think you could look at them and in each of those three legs of the stool that I've talked about and say one or other of those contributed. And normally all three of them did to some degree. If you think about Chernobyl, I can tell you, Chernobyl actually shaped my career in the nuclear industry. And I'll tell you why. A short story here, but I think it makes a point. I was a young, relatively young shift engineer, one night shift. I was walking around and all of our site boundary radiation alarms went off. My charge engineer asked me to go out and investigate. And I called him within 10 minutes and said, these radiation levels are real. Our site boundary monitoring equipment is actually seeing high radiation. And that was the first indication we had of the Chernobyl event. And it was radioactive rain that was falling on the west coast of Scotland. And that for me is one of the biggest lessons about, Chernobyl. We as an industry have to be open, transparent, and actually recognize the importance of being aware what's happening inside our plants every day. That's why WANO was created, frankly. But the other thing I think which is important to note is after the Chernobyl event, IEA took a very detailed look at it and realized that this was a systematic undermining of the design features of the plant. The plant was not designed to behave this way. And so it became a whole conversation about human factors assessment. Design was solid, but it was the operational piece that failed because people did not have the right safety culture, didn't expose themselves to the right conservative decision making. So I think the point I'm making is you need all of those together. You cannot fix this with regulation alone. You cannot fix it with operation alone, although it's the strongest lever. And you cannot eliminate all problems by design alone. You have to look at all three together.
Thank you. Richard, how about your take on this kind of the balance between the international institutions and obviously the national demands, and on this, just because the focus of the panel is on the international piece of it, I think that Duncan has laid out for us in a really useful way, kind of the design, the operation, and the regulation. But what's your view on this in terms of where we're at on international institutions?
Thank you very much for having the opportunity to join you this morning. I agree with very much of what Duncan and Joyce have said, that the prime responsibility for safety has to be with the operator, the licensor. And that is the foundation on which everything has to be built. Your question focuses on what is the role of the international organizations and how they should perform. Perhaps I should start, because I'm going to make some suggestions that things ought to be considered, is that out of the Fukushima accident, we saw basically a huge efforts by the international organizations to study the accident, to draw the lessons from them, to make sure that the international community learned how it should respond to this event, both at the regulator and the utility side. And many of the steps that were discussed in the previous panel were ones that were raised by the international organizations, NEA, IEA, WANO, and so forth, as things that needed to be addressed. And sort of the huge steps were taken to understand external events to a greater extent than they had in the past, to determine how we should best respond to them. There was a sea change, I believe, on the importance of dealing with beyond design basis events, things that were beyond the foundations for things that the plants had to withstand. In terms of the need for be able to handle station blackout, which is what happened at Fukushima. They lost all their electrical powers. They were blind, and with great courage, they tried to deal with the situation. But they also lost an ultimate heat sink for the plant, didn't have the capacity to deal with it. The spent fuel pools were challenged, and a lot of changes were made to deal with them. We learned a lot about ignitable gases. Hydrogen was released in the plants and resulted in the destruction of several of the units. So, and a lot to be learned from emergency plans, which wasn't discussed in the last panel. So all of those lessons were one that was distilled by the international community and were conveyed with the operators. And that was provided the foundation for the response. And it's going to be a lot that's going to be learned going forward, is that we're only starting the decontamination decommissioning effort. It's well underway, aggressively started in Japan, but that's going to go for decades. And as we get into the reactors, we're going to learn a lot about the trajectory of the reactors, what the implications are for design and so forth. So there's a lot that's still ahead of us that the international organizations are going to make sure get conveyed. But I do believe that there is a problem that we ought to at least discuss. The Convention on Nuclear Safety sets out a whole series of obligations, and nuclear operators around the world have signed on to it. But it has a very weak enforcement component. Basically, only thing that happens in terms of the enforcement of the Convention on Nuclear Safety is that periodically a country has to review its own practices in terms of conformance with the convention and attend a meeting at which its report is reviewed and confront questions from others. The enforcement of the obligations go no further than other countries being asked, have the capacity to ask questions. That isn't as weak as it might seem, and that did result in the Russians taking all kinds of steps after they got hammered at one review meeting so that they could respond more effectively at the next. But nonetheless, it's a very, very weak process. Similarly, the IEA has set up a tier set of requirements, the fundamental safety standards, which is the highest level, and then basically regulatory requirements, which are on the same level as, they're not rules of the type in the United States, but they set out the various areas in which countries have obligations. And then there are guidance documents that provide detailed prescriptions of how one can meet the regulations, but are not required. This is just a way in which you can satisfy the standards. But again, the IEA has no authority to go into a country and assure that it is following the standards. It does provide services where people can ask for the IEA to come in and undertake an evaluation of the regulatory system or of the plants or emergency plans. There's a whole series of services. But again, it is voluntary. In many countries that have nuclear plants have never had OSART, which is the name of the plant evaluation, or an IRS, which is the regulatory review. And beyond that, if there is a regulatory review, each country decides whether it becomes public or not. And so, in the case of Japan, there was an IRS before the Fukushima accident that said, you have a problem with your regulator. They are not independent. You're not in compliance with our safety standards, which require an independent, competent, well-funded regulator. Japan complained about that, and the IEA softened its statement. It shouldn't have. And of course, one of the lessons that came out of the Fukushima accident was the importance of having a competent, independent regulator that could blow the whistle on problems. So I see that there is an issue about assuring compliance with the Convention on Nuclear Safety and the IAEA safety standards that ought to be thought about. That does not, in my mind, go all the way to have full regulatory powers. I think that every country will want sovereignty and be able capacity to control its power sector. It's essential for the country's operation. They're not going to allow an international body tell them that a plant has to be shut down, for example, when they need electricity. And of course, I think the public would be concerned about a distant international regulator that is not politically accountable to the public, having a responsibility for something that is probably very important to the local citizenry. And of course, there are different cultures in every country, and the regulatory system will have to adapt to exploit the opportunities of each legal, social, cultural environment in which it has to operate to assure that you give primacy to safety. So I don't think that, I'm not talking about an international regulatory body. I am talking about a body that has increased powers to actually investigate what's going on in the country and to report it in a transparent way.
Great, thank you. Joyce, picking up on that, I think that kind of segues into an important set of conversations. What do you see as some of the lessons learned from these two accidents, maybe with a focus on Fukushima, but what are the lessons? We just heard one of the key lessons is ensuring compliance of safety standards and allowing investigative bodies to those report to surface, so there can be compliance and some accountability. What are some of your takeaways in terms of what you've seen in terms of lessons learned?
Well, thank you for the question. Now, I want to start with a little bit of a pushback on Dick, which he's not going to be surprised about, because having come from the federal government and the interagency process, I think that folks would be hard pressed to agree to more of an enforcement role for the IAEA in this area. And anyone who works on the security side has heard that pushback as well for those issues. And part of that has to do with that the international organization is only strong as the member countries within that organization, and having other countries having an outsized role on your sovereign activities is challenging. That said, as I noted before, the international nature of nuclear at this point in time may warrant looking at that. But I know, having worked on the convention side, there was even dispute amongst the interagency as to how to approach the convention from a sovereign standpoint, from the regulator standpoint, from the U.S. government standpoint. And I think from the U.S. point of view, not to criticize my own government, but I would say that our interest in those entities and how we play with them waxes and wanes. And we don't always have the strongest voice at the table in terms of putting forth our best and brightest to those conventions, because it has to do with the government that's in charge at the time and what they think about international organizations as a whole. But when it comes to lessons learned, I think, the lessons of Fukushima have been pretty well outlined. I think Dr. Holdren said it in your opening statement, the lack of imagination. We see these high consequence events with that are really low. They occur every 100,000 years, and so we discount them. So we had this lack of imagination that this was possible. Now, this was an earthquake that shifted the earth on its axis, and a 38-meter wall of water. So it wasn't part of the predictable events, but that shouldn't mean that we don't have the imagination to address those. I think, there's lack of training when it comes to severe accidents and how to approach those. Obviously, the lack of regulatory independence has already been cited numerous times by panelists, and understanding what that means. And so, there are organizational interdependencies, I think, that were a factor. There was a communications failure. And again, with Fukushima, you have to understand that the tsunami and the earthquake wiped out the first responders pretty much from being able to respond in a way that they would normally respond in an accident. And they're usually the incident command in any emergency response. So exercising those types of accidents and understanding how both the domestic community and the international community responds in a better way. We had these networks of people that knew each other through the international community that picked up the phone and called each other. Mr. Kondo-san from Japan was probably one of the most popular ones, because everybody they were trying to get information. And so there were no formalized networks. It was all informal networks of information gathering. And sometimes the information was good and sometimes it wasn't. When we looked at the spent fuel pool, we couldn't tell whether or not there was water in the spent fuel pool based on the imagery. And trying to get truth on the ground was very, very difficult. So understanding the connections between how you how you gain that information live is very important. We don't train to expect the unexpected. I think that's part of the issue that we have. There was decision-making failure. But I think that we have to look at what the technological failures were, what the individual failures were, and what the organizational failures were, and look at them holistically. And I think we don't do a terrific job of that in general. I think there's a little bit of focusing on addressing whatever technical issue that we find and treating it as a one-off and addressing that issue, and not looking at the interplay between the human factors that are at play, the organizational issues that are at play, and the technical issues are at play. And that's probably one of the biggest areas that the international community could help with in terms of examining those things and broadening the aperture away from this very strictly mechanical, technical viewpoint, and looking also at leadership, organizational structure, and how the individual is going to react. Again, when you're in an accident scenario like what was happening in Japan, those operators, both at Daiichi and Daini, and obviously Daini fared better, they were also thinking about their families, their homes, and these were very critical times for the entire country. And so they had to deal with all of that emotional baggage while they were dealing with the crisis at hand. And we have to be able to factor for that, even if we can't necessarily predict it or correct for it.
Thank you, Duncan. Before we move to you on this, I just want to loop back. I was on mute, so I kind of learned my lesson on this, but I just want to pick up, Richard, do you want to respond to that earlier pushback from Joyce? Because we shouldn't lose that conversation before moving forward in terms of I saw you writing something down. So did you want to jump in, or should we keep going? Richard.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking Duncan.
Oh.
I got to be clear, be very clear to that I am not suggesting an international body have regulatory or enforcement authority. What I am urging is that it has all these guidelines, and there ought to be some process by which the states that supposedly have agreed they're going to follow them be examined to make sure that they are, in fact, fulfilling their obligations under the convention, or fulfilling their commitments with regard to safety standards, and have the capacity to report on the extent to which there is compliance in a transparent way. Each state would have the right and obligation, in my view, to respond to those comments if they're ill-founded, as may be the case, or inconsistent in other ways with national aspirations. They can ignore them, but at least they should be. Evaluation could occur so that you don't have a situation in which state purports to be following these requirements and isn't doing it at all. And it's of importance not only to that country to know this, but to their neighbors because of the international effects of a nuclear accident. So I'm suggesting not something far short of a regulatory authority, instead a way to make these obligations that the states have supposedly agreed to be something that is examined to validate that in fact they're conforming.
Great, thank you. Duncan, let's turn to you just to pick up on this conversations of lessons learned that you've seen that maybe you'd like to add to this.
Yeah, I think it depends where you are on the time cycle of the event. Obviously, following the event, there are a large number of lessons that we all learned about emergency preparedness and what else could be done to protect the safety of the core. And as someone mentioned about having hydrogen recombiners in the event of fuel failure. So many things like that. But the reality is, I've been in this is my 50th year in this industry. I've reviewed a lot of events, and never have I seen an event that didn't have precursors. There's always been one. So Joyce said something about challenging ourselves to think further. But in reality, there's always a lot to learn about events if you think about them in a broad enough spread. For example, 14th of August 2003, I don't know if any of you know what that date means, but that was when we had the blackout on the northeast seaboard. If anyone remembers that, that blackout took 16 reactors offline. It was very much a similar event, minus the water, to Fukushima, because it islanded the plant. And then you had a challenge of all of your post-trip cooling and equipment and how did it work. Now, we had a couple of plants in North America that did have challenges recovering with their post-trip cooling. Now, I think we could have looked at that event and postulated a similar event for any plant anywhere and thought about, could the plant accommodate that? And then one of the things I think we've all learned is the siting of a plant, absent a design, also carries with it a risk premium. You know, Japan, highly seismically active area. You know, you can put a GE Mark 1 BWR on Fukushima Daiichi. You have another one in Vermont. They are not the same under fault scenarios. They're not at the same risk, even though the design's the same, the characteristics are the same. So I think we've realized, and that for me is one of the linkages between IAEA, because IAEA are the people that determine appropriate siting, and the design and operation. So I think there are questions to be asked about, as you're thinking about a site location and marrying a design to it, have you applied a risk weighting or something to that location, which might require a broader set of thinking about emergency planning requirements? For example, I can tell you, because I've been to Fukushima many times, I'm working with Hitachi, I know what they're doing, but again, I'm going back because I've been in the industry long enough, and I won't be able to get this name right, but the former largest reactor in the world was at Kazuwikari Kazawi, it's a name like that in Japan, 7 units. They had a significant earthquake 3 years before Fukushima Daiichi. They had a fire on a mains transformer, it lifted up all the roads and it stopped the fire service getting to the transformer. Didn't affect the safety of the core, but it wouldn't have taken a lot of lateral thinking to say, what if it had done something to the core? Could we have gotten there? So I firmly agree, believe that one of the best things we can do is have a bit of that so what thing. Joyce said something really important. If you've been to Fukushima and looked at it, you can see two communities either side of it, totally and utterly devastated. And the families of every employee on that site were impacted by that. How did we think about that? Same is true in Chernobyl, by the way. You know, some of the people at Chernobyl left their station to go and look at other things. The people at Fukushima stuck to their task, but boy, they must have been significantly affected mentally in doing so. So I think there is a lateral thinking thing, which is one of the lessons. And then, of course, there are specific lessons. And I'll give you an example. WANO wrote to all of the world's operators following Fukushima and asked them to consider what they thought might be risks in their plant as a consequence of the lessons learned from Fukushima. Not a single plant in the world said, we're good, we don't have to do anything. Not one. And that wasn't because of regulation imposition. It was because we learned. But the problem with this is it's no good learning after an event. You actually have to be forward thinking about it. And I would tell you, I was the chairman of WANO and Atlanta Center, and Jim Ellis was the CEO of INPO. We knew that the Japanese nuclear industry and the Japanese chief executives were not doing the job we wanted them to do in supporting WANO. The WANO Tokyo Center was understaffed and the CEOs were not taking it as seriously as we wanted. Jim will tell you, we went and tried to motivate them and win champions, but we let that slide in the same way I think the international regulatory community let the regulatory standards slide, and we all paid the price for that.
Thank you. We can move on some questions, but we already have great ones from our participants, and so that are right on the bullseye of this. So Richard, I might turn this one then over to you, just picking up on what Duncan said. And it's from Matt Bunn, and it's precisely on Japan and WANO. And his question is, and picks up on Joyce, you too, on the previous conversation, which is that Japan was a regular participant in IAEA review services and participated actively in Wano, yet none of these international efforts were sufficient to prevent the accident. Indeed, none of them identified Fukushima Daiichi's vulnerabilities to tsunamis. So does this suggest that the international nuclear safety regime needs to be strengthened? Given what people have said about sovereignty, how could it be strengthened? Richard, I'll turn that over to you, and Joyce, that's coming next to you as well.
Well, Japan did participate in the services, and I should have acknowledged that. I had mentioned that they had an IRS that did found deficiencies in their regulatory structure. I think it is a bridge too far to expect an international inspection to go deeply into a plant and to look at, for example, the seismic vulnerability of a plant in detail. In the case of the tsunami, there had been, in fact, before the accident, there was a report by the Japanese Atomic Energy Agency about the tsunamis that had been anticipated in that part of Japan were much larger than had previously been estimated. And TEPCO, in fact, had an internal evaluation of the vulnerability of that plant. And in fact, amazingly, its own internal staff had reported internally to TEPCO that there was a vulnerability at Fukushima Daiichi to something on the order of a 15-meter tsunami, which is what happened. It did nothing. And I have some sympathy for them that you have a report like that that comes in and the response is, okay, we need to take a seawall that's at 5 meters and build it up to 15 meters. That's $1 billion type expense in all likelihood. So you say there's one study, okay, we're going to work that. What they should have done, and which I would hope the regulator would have asserted, is to look at the vulnerability that would arise. In this case, the diesels were all below grade. They were not behind flood-proof doors. The switchgear was below grade. All the DC power was all below grade. And of course, the tsunami came and they lost all of it. Someone who thought about the problem ahead of time would say, okay, we may not know enough to say we should build a whole new seawall, but we have vulnerabilities that be relatively cheap to fix. Let's get some diesels that are up high. Let's get the batteries up high. Let's put things behind waterproof doors. There's a lot of things they could do that could have, and I'm sure they wish they did do, that would have given them a far greater capacity to respond to the accident. I think it's probably too much to ask an international inspector to come in and be able to get into the details of the design to be able to find that. But they did find things that were systemic type problems. And I point to the IRS as something. You don't have a regulator that's looking at these sorts of issues, and you should. So I don't take that as to say that the international standards should necessarily be enhanced. Obviously, if we see things that where they should be, we should do it. But to just reinforce what both Duncan and Joyce have said, the prime responsibility has got to be with the licensee primarily, with a backup from the national regulator, and with the international oversight at a much more general level. And it would have helped in Japan if there'd been an independent regulator, I believe.
Thank you, Joyce. I see you nodding and itching to get in on this too.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with Dick's response to Matt's question, which is a really good question, Matt. I think you're absolutely right. They're not going to be able to go in and identify the vulnerabilities and be able to address them the way the operator would or the way the regulator would. So I come from an agency. My agency is not a regulator. We are oversight. So we can only suggest, things to the Department of Energy when we see safety issues, and they can accept or not what our recommendations are. So there's a limit to that, obviously. But I would also say, looking back, and Matt, you come from this nuclear security world, so you can appreciate this. When we were concerned about Russia's nuclear security, our best efforts, the most successful efforts, were bilateral. And that's because we could, as a peer, go to Russia and say, hey, we think you have a vulnerability here. We could exchange best practices. We did provide, obviously we provided funding as well, but some of that was about the dialogue and a peer-to-peer exchange. I think that that's also the beauty of like organizations like WANO on the nuclear safety side. I think that is the benefit of WINS on the nuclear security side. And I think it's also the benefit of a bilateral working relationship with some of these countries. Obviously, the United States has the bilateral relationship with Japan that perhaps wasn't strong enough prior to Fukushima to address these issues, but certainly now that they're in the process of decommissioning has been strengthened to make sure that there's that peer-to-peer conversation. And I know that the Nuclear Regulatory Agency has that same type of peer-to-peer relationship with its counterparts across the world. What the pitch that I would say for that bilateral, to strengthen bilateral relationships, you know, our Nuclear Regulatory Agency only gets about 10 to 15 million dollars a year for international programs and about 45 FTEs. That's a very little amount to cover the watershed of nuclear safety across the world. We should be leveraging that expertise, because as the mantra after Chernobyl was, a nuclear accident anywhere is a nuclear accident everywhere. So why aren't we strengthening that? And I think somebody had asked earlier why there was a more significant response perhaps to Chernobyl than there was to Fukushima in the international community. What I questioned was, why wasn't there more of a domestic response on our international outreach on nuclear safety? Because if we believe that we're going to use nuclear energy to combat climate change in the future, we ought to be looking at how to strengthen relationships in the nuclear safety realm, so that if and when countries make those decisions, we can support them government to government.
There's a lot on the table on that. I want to keep putting more on the table, Joyce. I'm going to stay with you on for the next one and bring it around the table on this, just because you brought up this issue of the peer-to-peer conversations between the U.S., Russia, and previously U.S. Soviet Union, and thinking about what presents the greatest threat right now, both to our regulatory environment and then in general, perhaps. But is it the nuclear newcomers with only modest experience in building up and sustaining infrastructure, regulation, safety culture, or countries with lots of experience but aging older design reactors? Where do you see the greatest challenge, where we should be putting our greatest energies?
So I just think they're different challenges, and they're also different opportunities. So the newcomers get to leapfrog our mistakes from the past, and they get to start with newer technologies that look at safety by design, and in some cases security by design. And that's exciting. If we could start it all over again, we might do something different. And to Duncan's point, there's different regulatory models out there as well, right? So we just need to make sure that there is a regulatory basis, and that our vendors recognize that if we're selling nuclear reactors, this is a 100-year relationship with that country, and it goes from siting and regulation to the decommissioning piece of it. On the aging infrastructure, that's a huge challenge, and I would say also the aging of the workforce and bringing on new people who don't have the operational experience. That's a challenge that a lot of countries face, is how do you train the next generation to be attuned to some of these things? And I would say the opportunities there are, again, let's open the aperture and broaden what we think of as the individuals we need for the nuclear complex, so that it's not just the engineers, that we're also looking at organizational psychologists and human factors folks who can take all of these pieces together and examine them. And the decommissioning, I think, is the same issue, where we have opportunities. The work that's being done on Fukushima is going to provide us information and new technologies for decommissioning that I think we'll be able to leverage going forward. And I think the more information sharing and transparency, which Japan has been very good about in terms of the cleanup of Fukushima, I think the better off we are globally. So I think they're different challenges, but they're both fairly significant, but also there's opportunities there that I think will strengthen our capacities in both cases.
Great, thank you. Duncan, can you expand on that? It's how you think about those challenges from the two different kinds of nuclear states.
Yeah, I think it's certainly the case that if you think about the bathtub curve, then there are risks at both ends of it. we tend to, you can see it in the plant operation, you know, you can see a steady state operating period from 5 years to 35 years. First 5 years, you know, a pretty difficult bedding in period. And then as you're managing aging plant and things like that, you can see a drop off in performance. So that for me is a very obvious focus part. Now, I can tell you that WANO have actually tried to deal with that, particularly with new entrants. Experienced people who know a plant can deal with the aging effects of that plant if you manage that. New entrants, and particularly countries that haven't had nuclear before, I concern myself, and as did WANO, with sometimes the first contact they have is with a vendor who's trying to sell their technology. I don't personally think that's if I was looking to advise a country, I would tell them don't start with a vendor. You don't know what you want, you don't know what you're getting. You need to start with operating capability, because an operator will always tell you you need a clear regulatory framework. If the operator is never going to say, let's go ahead, we don't need regulators. Never. Because a strong regulator is a very important interaction for excellence. So, but a vendor's selling you his kit, and it's, you know, often your problem to build the regulatory framework and the operating framework around it. So I would personally say that's a challenge for us with new entrants. Now, having said that, WANO wrote a specific document, opened a specific WANO center for new entrants, because we recognize that could be a risk to the industry. But we also wanted to encourage new people to come in. We wanted them to start with the right culture, performance training, objectives, and have them understand the importance of the role they were going to play in managing a plant. So I do think there is a case to say new entrants are a risk and will be a risk. But I think we control that, one, by a good dialogue between IEA and WANO in terms of making sure that people set foot on the right path, and we assist them the whole way. We, WANO, will do pre-startup reviews before they put fuel in the reactor, make sure everything's commissioned properly, look at the training and accreditation of all the people. So we're doing everything. We'll often put mentors on the site who work with them 24/7, train them, make sure they pass, accredit them. And that's separate from what the regulator might require. That's about making sure that their first steps, it's like your children, you know, the first 3 or 4 years, I don't know a stove's hot until I burn my hand. We want to fix that. Aging plant, although it's a problem, for me, it's more a reliability problem than it is a safety issue, because the staff are very experienced. It's more about the kit starts to need more servicing. But I think that's where I would put my greatest attention on new entrants.
Dick, what about you? Do you agree with that?
Well, let me say, I do agree. But let me say, if one looks at the data, we've had 3 major nuclear accidents. They occurred in the United States, Russia, and Japan, 3 technically sophisticated countries, and they're the ones that had the major accidents. So one could look at the data and said, okay, that one should look at these older plants, and that should be where the problem is. My response to that is, first of all, I think that the older plants actually are safer today in most countries than they were 10 years ago. And one looks at the United States, for example, and one will see that there are scrams at the shutdown of the nuclear reactor is much less common today than it was in the past. The radiation releases are less, the worker safety issues are less. There's a whole set of data that one can look at that would suggest that the plants are operating better today than they were originally. And much of that is a result of, as the plants have aged, we've learned a whole lot about the surveillance of the plants, maintenance. There's been technical capabilities in terms of evaluating plants have been grown and enhanced, as one would expect, over time. There's operating experience that is shared within the nuclear industry. So if there's a problem at a certain type of plant in the United States, for example, it's shared with plants of a similar design to make sure that that vulnerability is addressed everywhere. So, I mean, that's why the performance has gotten better, and that's why it's been possible to extend the lives of the plants. I think the challenge with the newcomers is a different one, a very different one, as Duncan has indicated, that you have, presumably, most of those countries are going to build plants that are obviously new, but have incorporated in the designs some things that's not possible to incorporate in existing plants. That one would hope that some of these countries, as they go forward, to be the most advanced generation 3 plants, or even better, have ones that incorporate passive safety and various other advances that are going to occur on new plants that are built in the future. The challenge is that technology is not the answer for assuring safety. Anything that you build can be overridden by humans, and they can screw up. And the conversation that we've had about instilling a safety culture in these countries, which may have a very different industrial safety culture to start with than would be occurring in the developed world, is a challenge you have to overcome. That you want to have them have the same capacities to appreciate the significance of the challenge of assuring safety that exists in the developing world. You need to ingrain that in a country that may not have nothing similar. And so I think that there is a real challenge that the international organizations are trying to address. WANO and IEA have been trying to work with the new entrant countries to make sure that they understand the importance of setting a whole structure to assure safety, a regulatory system, a legal framework that is one that encourages the plants. But all of that is a heavy lift to be able to accomplish. To change a culture is the hardest thing. It's much easier to pay for a nuclear plant than to make sure you can run it safely. And not every country is going to be like the UAE that completed the Baraka 1 plant and decided they didn't have sufficient expertise and skills in their operators. So they let it sit for almost 2 years before they actually turned it on. They recognized that they needed to have skilled operators to assure that this plant could function effectively. I think many of the other new entrant countries will not be able to afford a situation where they let a fully built plant, billions of dollars sitting on the hoof, not being used. And so we ought to anticipate, as we have more and more of these new entrant countries, we're going to have big challenges in assuring they understand their obligations and have the capacity to fulfill them.
Right on this topic, we have a couple great questions from the audience. Jonathan Tirone has points out or has a question. So Joyce, maybe you can address this and we can bring it around, but so this is focused on technology and how international institutions might be able to connect with it. But some small modular reactor designers are seeking cross-border regulatory cooperation to streamline and accelerate licensing. How feasible is this? And what role could the IAEA play?
Well, I'm going to be very brief, and I'm going to phone a friend because this is much more in Dick Meserve's wheelhouse than it is in mine. I believe that there are going to have to be creative licensing arrangements going forward. I can see with like-minded regulators that being possible, such as Canada and the US, for instance. Beyond that, I'm not quite sure how the IAEA would play a role in licensing, because again, that the license is tied to the state in which the reactor is being built, obviously. And a lot of countries actually look to the NRC to get a license for their reactor as kind of a good housekeeping seal of approval before they seek the licensing in their own country or in parallel too, for that reason. But I do think that that Dick probably has a better answer than I do about a cross-border regulatory regime.
Dick, do you want to jump in on this?
Yes, there is a huge opportunity to avoid duplication and evaluations, assessments of nuclear plants by countries that are building the same type of plant. And the NEA, the Nuclear Energy Agency, which is part of the OECD, in fact, has a whole series of working groups that are built around each of the types of reactors when there are multiple countries that are thinking about building a given style. And so they have sort of working groups to make sure that people who are confronting common regulatory / technical problems associated with the design are communicating with each other, have the capacity to get the benefit of each other's assessments and so forth. The IEA similarly in recognition of the fact that many countries going forward are going to be building advanced reactors of various types, including small modular reactors, I think, which will maybe become very important, has its own working group of countries that are assembling to do an evaluation of the challenges that they present and how they might be confronted in ways to assure safety. So there are international organizations are recognizing that the types of reactors that we're going to be building going forward may be, in some cases, quite different coolants, different fuel forms, more highly enriched fuel in many cases, even liquid fuels in some cases, that the challenges are going to be very different. And there's a huge opportunity for learning from each other in this process. And there is a vehicle for doing that through the IEA and NEA.
But if I'm not mistaken, though, the information is limited in terms of the design because of proprietary information and all of the intellectual property issues. I mean, I think that's one of the other sticking points is we haven't quite figured that out yet.
Joyce, you're quite correct. That is the real challenge, is that some of the details of this are going to be difficult to share. And of course, in the security area, as you've already identified, one would hope in the modern designs that they aren't retrofits to existing plants, but you think about security and safeguards right from the beginning in the design of the plant. And there are going to be some issues about sharing information in that area as well. So there are challenges to be overcome. I very much agree.
Duncan, it's good to have you back. Picking up on this question of the new or the topic of the new entrants, there's a great question from Sonia Schmidt on this, which is the IAEA has developed guidance on setting up nuclear infrastructure from scratch. But Russia, of course, is offering a much more attractive model, buy, own, and operate. What incentives does a newcomer nation have to turn down such a turnkey offer? Duncan, you want to take a crack at that?
Sure, but I can tell you that a lot of these new entrant countries have real problems financing the nuclear build. So to be honest with you, some of these decisions are because of economics, not about the operating model at all. I can tell you that having tried when I was in Canada to assist the rollout of CANDU reactors to places like Jordan and Turkey, places that found the design attractive, they hadn't the ability to finance the plants. Whereas they go with the Rosatom model, they get the design, they get the financing. So that kind of overrode what might have been an issue about sovereign jurisdiction over the operating model. Sometimes there's an issue about spent fuel storage, whereas the Rosatom would offer to take the fuel back as well. So there are many factors which mean it's not really a free choice, if we can call it that, in terms of, do I want the design and build my own operating capability? And I could give you lots of examples of that where countries would have liked to do it another way, but they just couldn't finance the model. So that kind of overrides anything else. Everyone knows that it's such a massive capital investment that you're likely to stumble over that piece and have to make your decisions based on economics rather than necessarily the best operating model.
I think any country that engages in the build, own, operate model, I think there's a huge risk there. I mean, there's obviously a financial risk if you go it alone, but there's a lot of other risk if you're having another country operate your reactor in terms of consistency of electricity, the liability issues in case there is an incident or an accident at that plant and who's responsible for it at that point in time. But it's it's on your soil if anything goes wrong. So I'm very cautious about this model in general in terms of what the implications are for the countries that choose to go down that road.
Duncan, did you want to jump in on that? Oh.
Yeah, I think that one should appreciate that Russia has seen that the sale of reactors is a vehicle for foreign policy influence. in that you buy a reactor from, or acquire a reactor from Russia, they're in the middle of a critical part of your infrastructure, your energy system, for a century or more. You know, and have the capacity, as Joyce has indicated, to use the power that the authority that gives them to influence things go forward. So I think that newcomer countries ought to think about that going forward. But the Russian deals can be very, very attractive because they have ulterior motives they're achieving through their sales. So they can have very attractive financing terms, and has been indicated, they can take care of your spent fuel problems, that they repatriate the fuel when the rest of the world isn't prepared to undertake that kind of a commitment. So these can be very, very attractive, but at considerable risk. So I think there are a lot of countries that would be interested in acquiring a reactor from, for example, the United States. We need to find a way to be able to design and build reactors much more cheaply so that we can have come close, at least, on competing on financial terms. And I would hope that Canada as well will be in this market as well.
You know, I was going to say, Richard, just a slightly different take on what Joyce said there earlier, is that I'm in the UK at the moment, representing Hitachi through Horizon, who are looking to build new reactors. Now, the choices for reactor design types are pretty limited. You know, you're talking about Chinese, Japanese. The Americans are not very active here. Now, maybe we'll see Westinghouse. But one of the things I'll tell you is that when we were looking at financing in the UK, some of the lending institutions would take some significant comfort from knowing that an operator like Exelon might actually operate this plant in the UK. So there are times where the operator brand de-risks the model as viewed by investors. So I wouldn't say across the board having a foreign operator is necessarily bad. It depends how that operator is going to integrate. I agree with you, Richard, 100%. The Russian thing is as political as it is anything else. But there are times when investors and the general public, you know this perhaps, because in Japan, many of the public generally felt reassured to know that the assessments were being done by Americans. That's why American operators were over helping the Japanese operators. So it isn't necessarily the case to say operators from out my country bad, operators within my country good. So there is a balance, and I wouldn't just kind of broad brush the whole thing.
I think Sonia's point too, though, was that the international institution, the IAEA in this case, was focused on a particular path to getting nuclear power that is maybe not quite aligned with how countries are going to be getting their nuclear power. And there's a mismatch between the international institutions and the choices that countries are going to make, because it's not only it's economic, but it's also very political as well. I think that she's got her finger on something that we're not fully appreciating, the future direction of how and why countries will acquire the nuclear power in the way that they will.
Yeah, I agree with that. I actually think there's a way to give a kind of conditional approval for anyone moving into nuclear by saying, subject to doing this, 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 and this, including satisfying us on operator capability and you know what I would call informed client. A country has to be an informed client. You can't say someone else is doing this on behalf and we're renting some real estate. This is a much bigger decision than that. So the country has to have its own capability, regulation, operational oversight, and those things, regardless of who does it. And in some cases, I think people have, been wooed to the state that they just say, okay, they're going to take this over for us, and all we can do is look forward to the power. And I don't think that any country should be allowed to do that.
Let's bring in another country's example, actually from India. And Francesca has a question for us to think about the India model here. So let me read her question to you. A few years ago, India passed a nuclear law that in part assigns responsibility to the nuclear supplier in case of patent or latent defect in the design. So far, the India model to share responsibility between supplier and operator has not been copied by other countries. But could this be a new model for safety accountability? Who wants to take that one?
Well, I can tell you, I can give you a quick answer from an operator, because one of the reasons that the US has not delivered nuclear plants into India is because of this liability risk that comes from that. You know, there was some conversation between the government about trying to find a way to provide the protection for US companies that might do some of this stuff in India, but that problem hasn't been resolved yet. So it becomes an issue about liability. And I can tell you that, you know, we've had that in Canada, even when, you know, GE are providing equipment to Canada. We don't have the same kind of Price-Anderson Act in Canada that exists in the US. So as an operator, we had to provide an indemnification to GE specifically so that they could provide components to us. So these things become an issue. Liability and where it lies and how exposed you might be to that is a problem. You know, if you're in India and you're an Indian supplier supplying to an Indian technology, maybe you can get comfortable with it. But if you're an international supplier supplying into that market, you're going to want to have some indemnification, or you're not going to do it, no matter how lucrative that market might be.
I also think it's a little bit more complicated. The issue had to do with the United States being part of the CSC. India wasn't a party to that. India had some hangover from Bhopal. So we, and I was part of this, so it's painful to remember. We had lots of conversations with the Indians, and we brought in, by the way, GE, Hitachi, and Westinghouse to have the conversations with the Indians, and they ended up adhering to the CSC in order to try to create the space for our vendors to be able to work with India. And it was just a comfort level on the part of the vendors as to whether or not they were going to accept the limited liability that the Indians actually changed their law to accommodate the US vendors.
Great.
Dick, I think you wanted to jump in on this as well.
Well, I was going to add what Joyce did, is that the vendors are not interested in taking on liability for an accident in India, then subject to whatever the Indian courts decide as to what the responsibility is. And, you know, the international conventions all try to channel all the liability for an accident to the operator as the prime responsibility. And that greatly simplifies the whole regime by which people get compensated for damages resulting from a nuclear accident. And it's also all strict liability. It's a whole different regulatory regime, which is much simpler from the point of view of having the vendors, the operator, the regulator, everyone who's involved with a nuclear plant pointing each other's fingers at each other, which means years of litigation before anything gets resolved.
Well, there's a piece of it that's also direct compensation to people who are affected by it. I mean, I think that's the plus to it on the CSC.
I'm going to take us back to an earlier part of the conversation. So we're going to shift gears here. There was a question from Dick Garwin earlier on that I've been trying to get back to, but the conversation has evolved so productively. I didn't want to stop it there, but I think, Duncan, it came up in terms of one of your comments, but really for the panel as a whole too, about how we learn from rare disasters. So what Dick asked is, do we have agent-based simulation or modeling of the detailed behavior of the operators and the regulators in a given country with a significant nuclear energy sector? I think, right, thinking through how every disaster is different, unique, rare, but is there modeling?
Yeah, I think that one of the things, as I said, that came from Chernobyl actually was this whole beyond design basis modeling emergency operating procedures and training and rehearsing against those, because there are many links in a chain. If you have an event, where does the operator lose control of an event? Well, in reality, as soon as the impact of the event gets beyond the site boundary, it involves your local and state media, federal media, depending on the scale of it. So there's many links in the chain. And it's always been difficult to rehearse that because, nuclear plant operators, pretty stable workforce, but the counterparties outside the fence can change, with quite a bit of frequency. So there is a whole training, qualification, rehearsing program necessary around that. But the problem is that the scenarios, in my opinion, are pretty limited in terms of just how much we challenge ourselves to think, more broadly. I think, Joyce talked about some of these earlier about just how far do you extend the envelope of consequence for any of these events. And I used to joke that, we might be talking about loss of gravity events here. It's a question of where do you stop? But you have to challenge yourself to think about consequential impacts. Richard talked about the diesel generators at Fukushima, but I'll tell you one of the things that was most embarrassing about Fukushima for me was when you have an event like this, personal dosimetry, you're telling people what the dose uptake is really important. Well, these were stored in the basement. So at a time when you needed to give people good dosimetry to measure the radiation load, all of the equipment that could do that was underwater. So, it's those kind of simple things that you think about. And, I don't think in emergency planning, unless you bring in people outside our industry who are more lateral thinkers. Let me give you one other example, which is a classic. I mentioned the blackout in 2003 in Northeast. We actually, in our power station, which was actually very critical to returning the energy, we had a call-out list to bring in extra staff if the site was challenged. We had 120 people on the list, and we could only get 20 people on the phone. Why? Because the power took out all of their mobile phones and cellular phones. The only people we could get were the ones who had the old-fashioned hardwire phones. Now, who would have thought of that in scenario planning? You'd have had to have people from the telecoms industry and others in who have really, in their view, got nothing to do with nuclear. But you have to bring those people in and say, if the power goes out, how do you think it would affect our immediate area? It's those questioning attitudes that we're not good at. We actually think we are the nuclear experts, we can do the scenario planning, and invariably we'll miss something that will impact us, but we haven't thought broadly enough about the event.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dick.
Do you want me to go? Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so let me say in response to Dick that there's been a lot of work that's been done on so-called human factors to understand how people respond to events and how fast they can respond. It's something that a lot of work is done, and it's part of PRAs, is actually how fast can an operator recognize what's going on and have the capacity to deal with the situation. But obviously, for very rare events, you're not going to anticipate all the scenarios, as Duncan's indicated. There's going to be things that happen that just are contrary to what you expected. And obviously, security-related events, similarly, there may be things that you haven't thought about that you have to deal with. I think one of the lessons that came out of the Fukushima accident that is very important in terms of the capacity to deal with this situation is that there was great awareness of the need to have flexibility to deal with a situation as you find them. And in the United States, there's a so-called FLEX program in which all sorts of additional equipment is brought onto the site and stored on the site. So there's additional pumps, additional electrical generators, there are hookups that are made so they can be incorporated into a plant as needed. There is training that is required for all of this equipment, and exercises that where you're confronted with a situation. Okay, you need to get water into this reactor. How are you going to do it? Oh, that pipe's broken. Here's how you're going to deal with the situation. So that gives you a capacity to act on the fly to a far greater extent than we had before Fukushima. There are obviously going to be things that happen that you don't expect, and this at least gives you some things that are available that you realize are essential for the safe operation or shutdown of the reactor that ought to be available that you can use to deal with nearly anything.
So I think this is an excellent question. I'm not surprised given the person who asked it. I think that you kind of have to go back to the basics too, of just when an individual gets their qual card for whatever operation that they're going to be responsible for. What are the questions you ask him? I mean, anyone who has a child in school who has to take those annual core exams, it can be a check the box exercise. The qual cards can be the same thing. So you have to be able to ask and answer challenging questions that are outside the normal assumptions about normal operating conditions and abnormal operating conditions. What actually violates your safety basis, at least in the world that I come from, which isn't necessarily reactor operations. Understanding human factors. Where is your kill switch? Where are these located? Can you reach them? Do you have operators, who are, like myself, vertically challenged, who can't reach the switch that they need to operate? All of those things kind of have to be taken into consideration. So I really appreciate when there are simulators available for operator training. And again, I work in a different world where all of the reactors aren't all the same type, and we work in facilities that aren't reactor based, right? Because it's the DOE complex. But when you have the simulator and everybody trains to it so they know what to expect when they're in that real world situation, it makes a big difference. And it's the same thing when it comes to emergency planning and response. To Duncan's point, if we assume what we know the accidents are, we're going to create scenarios that are easy to address. If we bring in somebody else who's thinking a little bit orthogonally, they're going to have a much more complex scenario in which we have to train our folks to respond. And to Dick's point, that was a big challenge at Fukushima. And after Fukushima, we put materials and equipment in hardened places where we knew people could get to them in case they needed to have auxiliary functions available to them, or they had to have auxiliary equipment. So working through those scenarios, whether it's in a tabletop, which is less effective, but if it's in person. And I'd just say too, it's a culture thing, right? Again, how you address the qualifications cards, how you make sure that you're renewing them, and whether or not you let them lapse. COVID is an interesting time for us because there have been exceptions to whether or not we're doing drills and exercises. There have been exceptions as to whether or not we're updating qual cards because of COVID. How we return to normal operations and catch up is going to be illustrative, and it's going to be extremely important because we have to recognize that, sure, there were extraordinary circumstances that prevented us from doing this, but we can't make that a habit. And we can't say, oh, we went a year and a half, so now we can extend the time in which we review those qual cards, because obviously it worked during COVID, we can do that now. So it goes back to also the safety culture, and now that there's been a little leniency, can you snap back to normalcy and reinforce that?
So we're coming towards the end of our time, and the organizers have given me a last question to ask before we turn it back over to them. So let me just ask each of you as kind of final thoughts. What's your advice on strengthening nuclear safety to give? Well, it's one piece of advice, but what's one piece of advice on strengthening nuclear safety to give to governments of some of the most powerful nuclear energy countries, and what would it be? So I think there's always the challenge on what would the one question be, the one piece of advice you would give. But maybe what's your kind of burning thought on that, which is something that we could do that would require some real attention, but is doable to help strengthen the international regimes, kind of looping us back to where we started in the earlier part of the conversation. Who wants to take that one first?
I'm happy to have a go at it first, but I would go back to my earlier point about the three-legged stool. Safety by design, safety by regulation, safety by operation. If it was me, I would ask for a rating to be applied to all three of those, which could be done. WANO can apply an operational rating. The regulator can apply a regulatory rating. And we can, between the two, the operator and the regulator, can apply a technology rating, and that for me would give us a kind of risk view. It's something that we can keep as an understanding of what the generic risk, if you like, is in any specific area. It's for me, it would be a kind of apolitical rating, but it would let us all understand just where we think we should be applying attention. I think Joyce said something really important about the amount of resources we have available. So they have to be targeted at the place where they can have the most impact. And that's arguably where we think there's the greatest risk. So how do we assess risk? Well, we assess it against those three criteria. And by technology, I mean, is it new? Is it old? Does it have passive shutdowns? How tolerant is it to faults? And regulation, how do other regulators view this regulatory environment? And operation, how does WANO view this operating environment? You know, all of those could give us one risk number that we could apply.
Let me make a suggestion, pick up on a thought that's been made earlier that I agree with, and I agree with what Duncan says. I think you directed what could the most powerful nuclear energy nations do. So I will respond in the point of view of the United States. As has been emphasized, that we have bilateral relationships with, I think, 45 different countries around the world. And direct engage with them through the bilateral relationships is a very important and valuable way to interact. It's a one-on-one type situation where you have much greater influence than you might have in any other way. At the moment, as Joyce indicated, is a relatively small budget for the NRC to be able to do this. It's in the order of tens of millions of dollars. Part of the reason for that is that most of the budget for the NRC is collected from the US nuclear industry. They pay fees to their regulator. And they understandably don't want to pay fees for the US to go help other countries. They're interested in making sure their fees go to dealing with their problems. And so if I think that we ought to enhance our capacity to have bilateral engagements, and entailed in that is getting more funding that is free from the fee base as a means to allow this to go forward in a way that would be acceptable from a financial point of view.
Joyce, I think you're going to get the last word on our conversation today, and I see you nodding, which is a great opportunity to segue to you. Why don't you help wrap us up, and then I'll turn it back over to our hosts.
I'm just going to stand what Rick just said about Dick just said about giving more money to the NRC to do the bilateral relationship stuff. But if there's one thing that I would say, if there's one word, it's culture. Safety culture, and it has to start at the top. And that is the top of the government, it is the top of the industry, and it's at the top of the organization. We've had a lot of challenges to safety culture in the past several years. I would say COVID has presented a challenge to safety culture. We wear PPE when we go into buildings, personal protective equipment, when we are working with radiological materials, because we know that keeps us safe. There's been a lot of emphasis about COVID not being transmitted in nuclear power industries or in nuclear facilities inside the facility. But we also know that leadership and staff have gone outside into the community, and they haven't been following guidelines and wearing PPE. And I think that's an indicator that we are more individualistic and we are less concerned with safety culture as a country and as a community than we ought to be. And I would say that this is an indicator that we've got something going wrong, and that we ought to look at it. If our regulators aren't willing to go into the community wearing masks, if our international organizations are calling for meetings and not, necessarily asking for social distancing at the time of COVID, then how can we be sure that they're actually interested in safety culture in the nuclear space? And I think those two things are part and parcel. It's not a political statement. It's a statement about how we view risk and how it impacts everybody else. Because in a nuclear facility, the individual is part of that safety mechanism. It's not just hardware, it's the human factor. So you have to protect that human factor, and that human factor has to be willing to protect him or herself because of the impacts that could have on the greater good.
Well, you've left us with a bombshell of how does COVID affect what we know about security cultures around the world, which should be a whole follow-on conference for Harvard to dive deep into. Let me take the opportunity to thank our panelists today for really a terrific conversation, wide-ranging, but with such depth that I think we anticipated, but we were really, I certainly am delighted that we received. So thank you to all three of you. And now I think I pass the Zoom camera back to our friends at Managing the Atom, but I'm not sure exactly who. Mariana, there you are. I think I pass it over to you.
That would be me. And thank you so much, Rachel, for this wonderful moderating job. And Richard, Joyce, and Duncan, thank you so much for joining us. We will take at this time a 15-minute break. That is, we'll get back together for our third and final panel of today at 12:30 Eastern time, and whatever the adjustments you need to make for your time. This link will still be live, so please come back and join us for a panel on nuclear security in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our conference on nuclear safety and security, lessons learned and forgotten, perhaps not learned at all from Chernobyl and Fukushima nuclear power plant accidents. Like for a number of our speakers and moderators today, Chernobyl in particular has been certainly a presence in my life. I was born in Western Ukraine, and when Duncan shared in the last panel that his alarms went off at the power plant where he worked, our alarms did not go off for a couple of weeks, and I, on the 26th of April, walked to school in plain air, and a few days after that, as millions of Soviet children in Ukraine and Belarus and Western Russia did. So this topic is very close to my personal experience and to the experience of millions of people in the former Soviet Union, but also in Japan that we have acknowledged, the previous moderators and speakers have acknowledged. So far, we have focused on the issues of safety. And clearly, Chernobyl and Fukushima were nuclear safety accidents are viewed through a nuclear safety lens. There were technological design flaws, human negligence, organizational complacency, and forces of nature that came to cause them. Yet, the civilian nuclear facilities and materials could also become targets of actions that have malicious intent by disgruntled employees, by terrorist groups, by other sub-state actors that could try to get a hold of nuclear materials and cause all sorts of damage. And while, say, a dirty bomb, as we know, would not cause the kind of disaster as a nuclear war would, or an explosion of a nuclear device, it could still cause widespread chaos and disruption and great economic damage. So today I have an excellent lineup of speakers to discuss specifically nuclear security and intersection of nuclear safety and security. Let me go ahead and introduce our speakers. First, Miss Allison Johnston, who is the director of the Office of International Nuclear Security in the Global Material Security Division of the National Nuclear Security Administration. And this office engages with dozens of countries around the world to improve security of nuclear materials on site and also in transit. Before that, Allison served as the DOE attaché in Islamabad, Pakistan, responsible for non-proliferation and disarmament efforts. And prior to that, as deputy director of the Office of Nuclear Smuggling Detection and Deterrence. Prior to that, she worked as Deputy Director of Nuclear Weapons Safety and Security Division at DTRA, the Department of Defense's Threat Reduction Agency, where she engaged very closely with her Russian counterparts on securing nuclear weapons facilities. Next, Dr. Ed Lyman, who's joining us here. He is the Director of Nuclear Power Safety at the Union of Concerned Scientists. He earned his doctorate in physics from Cornell and then had research positions at Princeton. He's devoted much of his career to nuclear safety and security issues, and importantly, co-authored a book that was published in 2014, Fukushima, The Story of a Nuclear Disaster. Nicholas Roth, he's a senior fellow and director at the Stimson Center's nuclear security program. Prior to going over to Stimson, he was our own MTA research associate, senior research associate here and has worked for many years on issues of nuclear security and arms control. As a brief aside, Nick and Medbun and I and Will Toby are collaborating on the upcoming Belfer-Stimson Nuclear Security Report that contains recommendation nuclear security for the new president, and I will ask Nick to reflect on that in our discussion as well. And last but certainly not the least, Dr. Shangui Zhao, and he's a chief of the nuclear fuel section of the Nuclear and Radiation Safety Center in China. He has been engaged in nuclear and radiation safety reviews and technical support and supervision at nuclear fuel cycle facilities for many years now, and he was previously a researcher on nuclear criticality safety at China's Institute of Atomic Energy. He's widely published on the issues of nuclear safety and security. So welcome all of you, and thank you for joining us this last session of the day. I have one question, sort of a general question to start off our discussion and frame it to all of you. And that is, so far, as I mentioned, we've been talking about nuclear safety. A lot of times it's a broader, older, better understood issue in the nuclear field. Can you talk a bit about the intersection between nuclear safety and security? And what are the main lessons from the Chernobyl and Fukushima accident for nuclear security specifically? And let's start with you, Allison.
Well, thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you again for this opportunity and being invited to speak with you today. So to your first question, the Fukushima incident did have important impacts on approaches to nuclear security specifically, although we mentioned safety earlier. From our perspective, the Office of International Nuclear Security, there are lessons for our global cooperation mission looking at theft as well as sabotage. The Fukushima incident demonstrated the scale of potential consequences from nuclear incidents. Specifically, anything that can happen by accident can be done intentionally. And that's a big lesson here. So the accident degraded security infrastructure, the barriers, the access control systems, cameras, lights, etc., were all impacted. The Fukushima event also reinforced the need to consider hardening security systems to handle these particular stressing events. So while the consequences of Fukushima understandably did focus on the safety impacts and the emergency response, it also illustrates the importance of building resiliency into the nuclear security infrastructure and mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's excellent. Dr. Lyman, would you like to weigh in next, please?
Yes, thank you. And let me know if you can hear me well, because sometimes the sound is funky on Zoom. Okay,
you're coming through loud and clear.
Great.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm very glad to be here, and I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation. I think it's a timely subject, not only because of the Fukushima anniversary, but because this morning you may have heard that there are National Guard troops surrounding our capital holding semi-automatic assault rifles to protect from a potential domestic extremist terrorist threat. So I think that's a pretty clear demonstration that we can't let our guard down in this respect. So let me start out by being provocative. So my sense with regard to the United States situation in particular, which is what I'm most familiar with, that the Fukushima accident actually had a deleterious effect on nuclear security, in particular in the security infrastructure for nuclear power plants in the United States. And that's because of this. It was of course well known well before Fukushima that station blackout could lead to a core melt. In fact, the security approach that the United States and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has taken depends on defining all the particular target sets or combinations of equipment that, if disabled, would result in a core melt or significant core damage or spent fuel sabotage. So that was already well known, that any accident can resulting from a combination of equipment that's disabled can lead to a core melt. So that was already part of the infrastructure for security, and it was really the 9/11 events that led to a strengthening of the design basis threat and the security requirements for protection against sabotage. However, in the aftermath of Fukushima, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission required all nuclear plants to purchase additional emergency equipment, which we've heard about already, which is called flex equipment. And this would help enable mitigation of a natural disaster that could potentially lead to a long-term loss of alternating current power at the plant. However, that equipment is really meant for an emergency, and it is not qualified or protected to the extent that it really needs to be. It's not as reliable as the installed safety equipment in the plant. But the security requirements in the United States are now taking into account the presence of that flex equipment, and that credit may enable plant operators and security forces to actually reduce the requirements for protection against the design basis threat, because there's a greater potential that that a sabotage event can be mitigated using the flex equipment. So actually, we're transitioning from a defensive posture nuclear power plants that would essentially deny access to the design basis threat attackers to prevent radiological sabotage, to situations where, well, maybe, you know, we don't have to protect all that equipment so much. We can allow some damage to occur, because then the cavalry will arrive in the form of state and local law enforcement, and therefore enable operators to use the flex equipment to save the plant. And in my view, that's actually a step backward. We can talk about that later. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that reflection. I think we will come back to that and examine the possible kind of unintended consequences of safety improvements on security matters and nuclear security matters. But before we do, let me turn to Nick Roth. If you could speak to that question of the intersection of safety and security, and what, if any, effect Fukushima and Chernobyl had on nuclear security specifically.
So it's a pleasure to be on this panel. It's nice to be back at Harvard with my friends and colleagues. And I also want to mention how important this particular topic is related to Fukushima. I remember 10 years ago, I actually had the office next to Ed at Union of Concerned Scientists when the crisis occurred. And you know, I think it's important to acknowledge the important role Ed actually had in informing the public when he was in his role at UCS throughout the crisis. It was a really remarkable work that he did. But I think there are a few lessons that can be learned from Fukushima, and some that are quite relevant to what's going on in the nuclear security world today. And most importantly, the key lesson is about maintaining security during times of crisis. As Allison said, ensuring that nuclear security systems maintain resilience during emergencies. And a project that I'm working on right now is looking at some of the other historical case studies where emergencies have occurred at nuclear facilities and how security was maintained during those periods. So. And there's certainly a lot of overlap with some of the issues that impact security during those emergencies and those that impact safety. So in some of the cases that I've looked at, one being the Cerro Grande fire that occurred in New Mexico in 2000, a breakdown in communications, the need for ensuring strong mechanisms of communications and multiple forms of being able to communicate between staff during emergencies. Another is access control, which is a continuing problem at nuclear facilities during emergencies, ensuring that there are strong systems in place to maintain access control during emergencies. Another key lesson is this, these types of emergencies show the importance of performance testing in nuclear security and ensuring that you test to different types of scenarios, including those scenarios where there are crises. And then the last thing that I want to touch upon is sort of a broader principle related to both Fukushima but nuclear security case studies in general, is the importance of sharing information and lessons learned. Fukushima is perhaps one of the most studied nuclear incidents in the world, but it's critical that when these incidents occur, that states, operators, international institutions share information or facilitate the sharing of information so that we can make sure when crises do arise that operators and regulators and states can be better prepared.
Thank you so much. That was a very thoughtful list of items for all of us to consider. I will now ask Dr. Shanggui Zhao to reflect on perhaps also sort of share your thoughts about the global or overall implications of Fukushima and Chernobyl for nuclear security, but also perhaps from your national perspective in China. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to participate in this panel organized by MTA. The Fukushima accident slowed down the construction of a nuclear power plants in the world. Some countries gradually abandoned nuclear power. This gives us time to re-examine the safety and the security design of the power plant. The Fukushima accident had a big impact. After the accident, China slowed down the development of nuclear power plants and increased the technical research and development. The reactors built after the accident were all reactors with higher safety levels, such as Hualong 1, EPR, AP1000, high temperature reactor. NSA of China has issued and revised the relevant regulations in accordance with the regulatory situation. I want to say in the Chinese context, the safety is a big circle. It can contain the security. So many regulations and policy issued during the 10 years. Of course, has another background. Several the security summit. Okay, maybe later I will introduce some list of the regulations and policy. Okay, thank you.
Perfect. We would love to hear more details about the Chinese regulations and policies in just a minute. But before we move on to the next question, I was wondering if Allison, would you like to react to Ed's comment about the flex equipment, about the possible adverse effects on nuclear security?
Of adding security dimension, I'm sorry.
No, I guess Ed's point was that perhaps there are some kind of unforeseen negative consequences for nuclear security that came out of this, outsized focus on Fukushima and responses to it.
Yes, well, thank you. I'm sorry. So yeah, so the adverse consequences were rather impactful. So not only did industry kind of slow down, but we also want to take now a careful look at the advanced reactors and the new science that is coming. And we have an initiative that we call Security by Design, where we're partnering with our sister organization, International Safeguards. So they do safeguards by design, to think really critically about how do you design looking forward, and knowing the threats and knowing that looking forward where countries might put facilities. They could be farther and more remote locations. And also with the advancements in science, I mean, we want to make sure that they are safe and secure, and that the security that we have is really being designed from the initial stage. That as you look forward, looking at these incidents that we have seen, that all of these parameters are actually considered, as well as others like with insider threat and others. I know we're going to get to some of that later in detail, but looking at it as a more comprehensive, sustainable system with respect, with an eye on security, knowing what we know now, we're just able to look at it more critically. And so we want to mitigate those adverse consequences. We want to build security, not to overuse a word, that people can look at advanced reactors or reactors as secure, that we understand and working to continually mitigate those threats that may emerge in the future. But again, by security by design, by consistently working with our workforces on the insider threat mitigation and other aspects, as well as on sabotage. I mean, we understand these maybe in different facets, but again, looking at them as a system and designing systems, not only the reactors, but the human systems that secure the reactors more intelligently as we move forward.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And relating to what sort of the broader topic, or I suppose the more specific nuclear security policies that have been the response, we did, have this period of rather focused attention to nuclear security that was mobilized by nuclear security summits under the President Obama's administration. I wanted the panelists to perhaps reflect on that time period since the nuclear security summits, of what have been the greatest achievements since that time, and what perhaps were missed opportunities. And because Dr. Shangui, I'm very sorry, has offered to go through some of these improvements in Chinese regulatory structure, but also more broadly in nuclear security. Would you like to go first and tell us about China? And then we'll turn to other panelists.
Okay. At the time of Fukushima accident, I was receiving nuclear safety supervision training in Churaga, Japan. A few days later, I returned to China and immediately participated in the inspection of nuclear facilities carried out by NSA. Inspections focused on response to external nature events, water supply, monitoring, and emergency plans. Some new policies and regulations issued during the decade years. In 2012, NSA issued the general technical requirement for improvement actions for nuclear power plants after the Fukushima accident. 2014 nuclear safety culture policy statement issued. 2016 regulations on design safety of nuclear power plants revised. Next year, 2017, nuclear safety law was issued. In 2019, regulations on safety permit for nuclear power plants, research reactors, and nuclear fuel cycle facilities issued. Also in this year, 3 nuclear safety guidelines revised, emergency preparedness and emergency response for nuclear power plants, for research reactor, for nuclear fuel cycle facilities operators. Last year, safety regulations on management system of nuclear power plants issued. This year, regulations on the qualification management of civil nuclear facilities operators issued. Also at the time, some nuclear security policies and regulations issued or revised, such as in 2015, the anti-terrorism law issued. In 2016, the cybersecurity law issued. Some safety guide issued these years. Safety guide on physical protection of nuclear facilities, a video surveillance system for physical protection of nuclear power plants. Also, last year, the nuclear power plant cybersecurity technical policy issued. Okay, thank you.
That's a truly impressive list of regulations and guidelines that we hope to get implemented and make Chinese nuclear facilities and materials a lot more safe and secure. Allison, I would like to turn to you to give us the US perspective and then open it to the non-governmental contingent of the panel for their reflections. So if you could take us through some of the biggest achievements and since 2016.
Certainly. So as you noted, the nuclear security summits were tremendous in raising awareness, garnering energy, no pun intended, and just overall raising the issue and making it something that can be achievable. People were talking about it. We're coming together to do information circulars, conferences, meetings. There a lot of engagement on these topics. And so although the international efforts have increased, I mean, they increased through that summit cycle, there were significant challenges that did remain that we've been trying to work on. And one of the major achievements has been the Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material as amended. In May 2016, that was ratified. 125 parties to that convention. They agreed to establish enforceable requirements to protect nuclear material and nuclear facilities against theft and sabotage. And that was a major marker. In addition to that, the International Convention on Nuclear Security, that I think was one of the last events all of us were able to travel for, was also a significant milestone in building upon the great camaraderie and collaboration that was happening under the Nuclear Security Summit. And they also bring to light the other things that have really changed since 2016 is our emphasis not only on old things like insider threats and cybersecurity, but new things like emerging threats and technology, such as drones, new cybersecurity concerns, even new insider threat concerns. So bilaterally, as well as working closely with the IAEA, we think that the universalization of CPPNM as amended, but also looking at the guidelines of Rev 225 or 225 Rev 5 and other sorts of guidelines that IAEA has been able to publish since then, really carry and put the focus on nuclear security, that we have made strides. There's always more to do, but these international instruments have really helped bootstrap us up and continue the good work over the last several years. Thank you.
Well, that's encouraging and good to hear. Ed, would you like to weigh in on that, on the achievements and perhaps opportunities missed?
Yeah, so I hate to be the pessimist in the room, but I think that's what I'm paid to do. So
Everyone needs a good pessimist in the room.
So as I don't want to say anything bad about the nuclear security summits for elevating the very important issue of the potential for fissile materials to get into the wrong hands and create a nuclear terrorist incident. But there was a lot of discussion this morning, of course, about international conventions and the lack of any verification, any meaningful verification or enforcement measures in the Convention on Nuclear Safety. And the CPPNM, as amended, suffers from the same vulnerabilities. There is, of course, the same notion that's foundational, that nuclear security is an issue of national sovereignty, and that everyone else should just keep their noses out of our business. And in particular, it's even more difficult in the case of security and safety because of the national intelligence information and the way that plays a role in individual nation security arrangements, which is not quite as sensitive for nuclear safety. So it's an even more difficult challenge to have an international regime that has any real meaningful teeth in it. As far as the United States goes, again, my sense is that the U.S. doesn't feel like it has anything to learn from international fora, that everything we do is the gold standard and we should be exporting everything. And over the last several years, at least with regard to civilian nuclear power facilities, the NRC has systematically been weakening security postures at nuclear power plants based partly on the notion that the actual threat is changing and diminishing. So I don't see a lot of optimism with regard to maintaining the level of vigilance that we need and learning, again, not only the lessons of 9/11, but also Fukushima, mainly that you need to expect the unexpected and that you shouldn't try to model the adversary based on past understanding, but have defense in depth with regard to your security as well as your safety posture.
So Ed, let me just follow up. You say that the risk or the threat perception has somehow waned over the years. Is it because, events like Chernobyl and Fukushima, they are big, everybody knows them and they kind of tend to linger on, whereas it's harder to explain how a terrorist can penetrate or a disgruntled employee, an insider? Where do you see that lack of threat appreciation coming from?
Well, I think going back to 9/11 and Al-Qaeda and their stated desire to cause catastrophic mass casualty attacks using sophisticated and coordinated teams, that there's a general sense that at least maybe 10 years after that the threat had shifted, that the adversaries were more likely lone wolves who were radicalized individually, that there was less coordination, the ISIS model rather than the Al-Qaeda model, and that they could achieve similar effects by very low-tech means, acting in small groups or individually, and weren't necessarily going after these hardened facilities to create mass casualty attacks. And I've heard that sentiment many times. And so the likelihood that, this general belief, whether it's justified or not, that the threat of catastrophic nuclear or radiological terrorist events is less attractive to at least the terrorist groups that evolved after Al-Qaeda became weakened.
Thank you so much for that. Nick, would you care to weigh in on the achievements, but also opportunities missed?
Sure, I'd be happy to. And I think broadly speaking, I would say that both Allison and Ed are both right, that there has been considerable progress, but there are a lot of really serious challenges that remain. The era of the Nuclear Security Summit process was really a high point for high-level multilateral engagement on nuclear security. And there was a lot of progress that was made over that time. Large quantities of nuclear weapons usable material consolidated or eliminated altogether from countries, countries making political commitments to strengthening their nuclear security requirements, increased dialogue about threats, more engagement from civil society talking about the need for stronger nuclear security, and real evidence that on the ground, that in states, regulations were being updated so that security was stronger at nuclear facilities, sometimes in response to the summits themselves, sometimes in response to incidents that occurred during the summit process. I think it's noteworthy that in 2011, so a year after Fukushima, but at the beginning, relatively at the summit process, the International Atomic Energy Agency released its most recent guidance on recommendations for nuclear security, INCIRC 225 Rev 5, and that has really paved the way for strengthening nuclear security around the world. It is certainly, I think, there's been enough evolution in threats faced and how countries implement their nuclear security system that there is probably room for changes to that. That there is room for changes to INCIRC 225 Rev 5. So it'll be interesting to see how that evolves over the next year. I want to touch upon something that Ed mentioned because I think it's an important point related to nuclear security, and that's the issue of complacency. I do think that there's a lot more complacency than there should be about the threats that nuclear facilities might face, and I think a lot of that has to do with the culture of secrecy that exists in the nuclear security world. And there's a lot more written about what information not to share in nuclear security than what information we should share and when we should share it. And I think that lack of communication about nuclear security incidents that do happen, not frequently, but do happen not infrequently, is feeding that complacency. I also think, and this is something that we'll be doing in our upcoming report, and that's been done in the past, sharing information about non-nuclear security events that could have an impact on nuclear facilities, so there could be lessons learned there. In terms of issues that still need to be addressed, I think there are a couple that stand out in my mind. One is there's been a lot of growing concern about the impact of emerging non-nuclear technologies on nuclear security. So what's the impact of UAV on the unmanned aerial vehicle, drones, the impact of the incorporation of digital technology on nuclear security? That's that topic has matured a little bit more. And while each of these technologies pose specific challenges to nuclear security, what they do sort of cumulatively is they highlight some of the challenges of maintaining strong and sustainable nuclear security systems. So one of the key challenges with emerging technologies, among other emerging threats and risks, is how do nuclear facilities both simultaneously ensure that they're adaptable, but have enough stability so that they can function? Or how do you prioritize different types of risks, whether technological or otherwise? I think there are other emerging issues that I can talk about later, but that's one that's I think a key issue as we discuss how to strengthen nuclear security in the future.
Yes, absolutely. I really do want to come back and talk more about these emerging new threats that are broader than emerging new technologies. But first, let me turn back to Allison and ask you if you know, your office interacts with so many partners international, with so many different, you know, I suppose regulators and operators and governments. Do you sense as well the sort of the waning of interest, the lower threat perceptions, the complacency out there?
I think the short answer would be yes, but I think it's calibrated depending upon the partner. I do think during the nuclear security summits and having that type of energy and focus where countries were coming, presenting their plans and signing up as Dr. Lyman and Dr. Roth noted, was significant. So in our meetings, we could use those and say, you know, you signed up to this is, you know, we can help you implement those practices at a particular facility. Let's talk more about how to hone in, and in this case, ensure that your sites are not complacent. What else can we do on regs? What can we do collaboratively? And of course, this is all narrowly tailored to a partner. Over the last couple of years, that's kind of waned. You know, when we, United States or other Western countries, when we turn our attention away to other things, sometimes other countries do as well. And I think what was important about this, the nuclear security summits is that people had, or countries had, both an international forum and they felt a part of something bigger than themselves. So it made it a little bit easier for them not to be so narrowly focused as like we have it, like Dr. Lyman pointed out. That's a real thing where they said, you know, we have our materials and our facilities, but out. That is actually a real phenomenon. So having the international push and the bilateral engagement in developing those partnerships where you're really able to discuss issues that are more sensitive are really the perfect combination to help mitigate that complacency, but move and improve nuclear security for the better. So it's a combination of both, really. But those are real threats. I agree with my colleagues on those.
Right, not to be discounted. And I'm glad you brought up this this combination of the national and international. That's something that has been coming up in the previous panels on safety, how to balance that. What is the pull and the role and constraints of international institutions? And I'd like to come back to that in a little bit. But before I do, I was wondering if Zhao could weigh in. And I mean, you've given us a really interesting and comprehensive list of regulations that have been passed nationally since the Fukushima. But we all know that regulations take enforcement, they take implementation, they take doing. And one of the things that came out of this conference, and I suppose a lot earlier in the post-mortem of the Fukushima accident, is this regulatory capture. It's this collusion between the government and the regulator on the one hand, and the industry and the operator. That presented a real challenge to close some of the safety gaps. Can you comment on how is that an issue that Chinese nuclear safety and security has to contend with? And if so, how is it addressed?
I'd like to see, just I said, in Chinese context, the safety contains the security, but also in the revised regulations, to design and implement nuclear safety measurements, nuclear security measures, and nuclear material accounting and the control system for nuclear power plants must be in the overall manner. Okay. Also, in the physical protection of nuclear facilities, in this guide, the requirement is the physical protection system should be compatible with the safe operation of a nuclear facility, emergency fire, and radiation protection system. Yes. From a history view, in decades of years, the reactor is more safe and more secure. But in fact, we will face with a new threat. Just I agree what Mr. Ross said just now. Like the new threat from the ocean area, from the low altitude, the drone. We are studying the situation. Okay. Thank you.
Before we move on, and I know Nick wants to mention to add to our conversation, but before we move on, Zhao, I just my understanding is that one of the challenges in China is that there are so many nuclear facilities. It's a very growing nuclear industry. Many reactors under construction, but also all sorts of civilian nuclear facilities that house nuclear materials and radiological materials. Have there been a progress in consolidating domestically some of this material that would help to secure these facilities and make them safer?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't grasp.
So I was wondering, and I think I was looking at nuclear threat initiative, NTI. That's what it is, and they have this nuclear security index where they sort of evaluate different countries on their progress and their kind of gauge their standing in nuclear security. And one of the issues that was flagged is that China is a big country. There's a lot of facilities. So there's a lot of opportunities for all these sort of nefarious actors to get their hands on this material. And one of the pushes or one of the efforts internationally has been to consolidate nuclear material, both internationally and domestically. Has there been a kind of an effort or an endeavor or realization that that might be one of the ways to provide for nuclear security in China?
The fact during these years, we, as a regulator, we revised new regulations and give the new policies, and also threatened the power of a regulator. So the security of all nuclear facility, we ensure the safety and security. It's in 2019, the nuclear safety in China, the white book issued by the government. This book introduced detailing the safety and the security in China. Okay.
Okay, so you're going with kind of strengthening security at each particular location. That seems to be the strategy. Thank you so much for explaining that to us. Nick, you wanted to add a point to our discussion, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one element of the progress that was made during the Nuclear Security Summit process, which is just how much stronger the international architecture underpinning nuclear security became over that time. The entry into force of the amended Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material, though there's still a lot of work that can be done to bolster that agreement. The elevation of nuclear security within the IAEA, the role that the Global Initiative to Combat Nuclear Terrorism, the Global Partnership, Interpol, the UN now play in nuclear security as sort of those responsible for carrying out the nuclear security legacy from the summit process. That's can't be understated how important those were, that advancement was during the summit process.
So while I got you here talking, could you explain sort of your assessment of how well both national but also these international efforts are keeping up with these emerging new technologies that are moving really fast and developing? Takes time to create regulations and conventions. How have we responded?
All right, were you asking me? Oh,
I'm asking you.
So I think it's a bit of a mix. One of the challenges with nuclear security is that there's no international agreement on what level of threat that countries should protect against. And so what you see is a wide variation in the threat in physical protection measures from country to country, and even you see some disagreement within countries about, for instance, emerging technologies, which are particularly challenging because they're technologies that we're really starting to begin to understand the impacts of those technologies. So for instance, in the United States, the Department of Energy, which oversees certain nuclear facilities, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission have different perceptions of what the UAV threat is. The Department of Energy is not quite as confident that its facilities are protected against the UAV threat, while the Nuclear Regulatory Commission has decided last year not to include it within its design basis threat. At the same time, you see in other countries that UAVs have been incorporated into force-on-force exercises, and you also see cybersecurity, which I think of less as an emerging technology issue and more as an emerged technology issue, just because it's something we've been dealing with for decades now. But you see more and more countries taking the cybersecurity threat seriously, and international institutions supporting countries as they do that.
All right. Oop, I think I just muted myself by mistake. Well, thank you so much, Nick. I would like to turn to Ed now and ask him to comment. Allison raised this issue that we've encountered before, which is, who gets to weigh in and at which level kind of the responsibility and the momentum for nuclear security is generated. What is the role? You've been with the Union of Concerned Scientists for a long time. What do you see the role of the civil society and NGO community in trying to keep the eyes on the ball, as it were?
Well, of course, it's very difficult for most members of the public to participate in a deep level on decisions regarding nuclear security, and one always faces the barriers of classification, safeguards information, and the pronouncement of authorities that if you only knew what we knew, you wouldn't be saying that. I personally have been in a somewhat different position in that through various proceedings that I participated in, I've had access to closed sessions regarding certain nuclear security matters at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for many years. So I've been able to see both sides of the fence to some extent. But even so, my ability to make changes is limited. But one thing that the public one thing that is missing in security that is present, at least in the United States, in safety, is the fact that the public bearing witness does inhibit the ability of certain actors to do outrageous things. So, you know, if you have an open public meeting about a safety issue and the nuclear plant owner makes a totally absurd claim, at least that's in the public and they can be held to account for that. But the same thing goes on in the security realm. And in that case, statements can be made. Nuclear plant owners and security officials can push for certain policy positions that if the person on the street were to be asked about them, they would say that doesn't make any sense at all. And so I'm in the position of not, being able to shed light on those pieces of it that can be made public. But I have to say that if some of the discussions on, let's say, within the NRC, there's been a long-standing debate over essentially the meaning of the design basis threat and the details that are not in the design basis threat, which is a public document that's part of the regulations, but in the sort of implementation guidance, how do you actually interpret what's in the public regulations in a detailed way, which are non-public details. As part of that discussion, there have been arguments and positions on the part of the industry, which again violate the laws of physics, for example, and without the ability of a wider public forum to be able to hear that discussion weigh in, I'm afraid the industry has too much clout in the ability to move the goalposts in the wrong direction, and in fact reduce or just keeping security posture stagnant is itself going backward, because the security threat is constantly evolving. As we've heard, there are emerging technologies, the threat level is changing, and whether it most likely is going up because of the constant evolution of new technologies and capabilities. But if you just sit still, what the industry likes to call regulatory stability, then you're moving backward. And so what I worry about is that even sitting still, or in fact really going backward, is taking things in the wrong direction. And that can happen partly because there is no sunshine being shed on this process. I don't know how to solve that problem, but it is a problem.
Well, thank you for highlighting. It really does seem that sort of the loss of focus and momentum is detrimental to all. And I'd like to turn to Allison and ask you to comment on, you have all these many years of experience engaging in very different formats with many counterparts across the world on nuclear security and very concrete programs that you help facilitate, your interaction with the Russians, the peer-to-peer type of interaction, and also US, has built itself as leader in nuclear security, is a major contributor to IAEA as well. In your experience, what is that most effective combination? How do you pursue nuclear security agenda globally in the best possible combination of sort of actors and endeavors?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thank you. So I think it depends. I mean, I think Nick's comments about emerging technologies are a new area for us, and I can talk a little bit about that. But it's also, I think, Dr. Lyman's point also about if you stand still, you're going to get surpassed. I mean, that is incredible. So our basis is always partnering. So we have lots of partners. I mean, you either partner through the IAEA or bilaterally. We have very robust partnerships either way, but we sit down with a country and understand what they're concerned about. What is their unique threat environment? We mentioned DBT earlier. They will not, because that's sensitive, talk to us about their design, but it's none of our business, so to speak. But we just understand the threats from their perspective, and we design a unique partnership based upon that actually moves the ball forward in improving whatever aspects of nuclear security a particular nation or organization would like. We found that those countries who do have a robust partnership with the IAEA, it creates this much more symbiotic relationship. We can look at MCIRC 225, Rev 5, we keep mentioning all these documents and numbers, as well as the international conventions, and those really serve as an anchor, a backbone, a reference point, where we anchor all of our communications on those, and we just start building things together, and they evolve. So in one area, we mentioned emerging threats. So we now have, fairly robust engagements as peers with countries who are worried about unmanned aerial systems. And so we're sharing from the US perspective, these are difficult challenges. What was our process? How did we evaluate that threat? What type of mechanisms? And again, this is, on a lighter basis, but we bounce things off of each other. And so now we have this new area in which we develop partnerships, and everybody, we join. And, United States, I think in many ways we consider ourselves a gold standard, but in peer relationships, we're all here to learn. And on nuclear security, whoever has the best idea, that's terrific, to be able to move something forward. So again, I think the international frameworks provide an excellent anchor for us to base our work or hinge our work. But then it's from there on the bilateral side, developing something that's customized to the country, but continually moves the ball forward to improve nuclear security. That's pretty much our basic approach. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Well, it's a big question, and it's a good and thought-provoking answer, and how to combine sort of the different venues and different approaches in the best possible way. I am going to soon take questions. We have some from our esteemed audience, and they seem to be very engaged in this as well. But I wanted to broach just one more topic on nuclear security, and that's nuclear security culture. And that's a sort of one of the sort of amorphous thing that everyone thinks is really, really good. We talked about nuclear safety culture, and that seems to be kind of a longer standing concept, and that kind of gets trained into the organization top and down. Where does nuclear security culture stand in that regard? Allison, if you could go first.
Sure, no, I'd be delighted. Well, security, like safety, is an engineered system and should be considered as such. We have with that rigor. So as with safety culture, security culture should be trained from the very first day. And what we found just domestically and of course internationally, leadership plays a key role in this. So leadership needs to set clear nuclear security culture expectations and join their teams in living and practicing what it is to be an example of the best practice that we have. So alongside all of those teams to create that culture. And so we see a lot of risks. I mean, all of us and my colleagues have, I'm sure, lots more examples of risks to nuclear security culture. We've seen a lot of insider threat issues, over the last decades. And these specific, given those specific issues, depending upon a country, if they've had an event or something else, we use that as a basis, as an example, as a best practice. And we want to build awareness of any threats that are there. We share examples wherever we can. We want to build a program to address these insider threats. But I think just basically, you want the entire culture to practice, but the leadership and the people in charge and having other members of the team really understand what the Guard Force is trying to do, that it's meant to be there for everyone. It's not that an individual is necessarily targeted. You are a part of an organism, a living organism that is there to secure as well as make something safe. And there are a lot of light bulbs that go off when you start talking about this. And we do have a lot of enthusiasm about nuclear security culture. It's one of the big things that people like to talk about first. They want to understand all the different principles in that, how you build a program, how you energize people and not have people get complacent. And And then we've, in case we also do exercises where on the insider threat side, where you give them different samples of personalities and different access and to solve puzzles. So we're very creative in this, but it also raises awareness on, well, how important it is, but it is a system like safety treats it. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And Nick, I will turn to you because part of nuclear security culture, the way I understand it, is kind of being aware and constantly updating your appreciation, your understanding of threats, and being able to communicate that through organization. How do you see that playing out with new technologies and new threats? Is it something that is embraced uniformly in the field, or?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And I was about to say before you said it that the underpinning of any strong security culture is a belief in the threat and a realistic belief in the threat. And one of the things that I'm concerned about right now, in particular, particularly in the United States, with some of the news we've been seeing in the last few weeks, is the potential for violent nationalists to have access to nuclear facilities and nuclear weapons usable material. There's a growing threat. I mean, there have been dozens of newspaper articles about this over the last few weeks of far-right extremists and violent nationalists in the United States. And while the threat that they pose in most cases is quite limited, I am concerned about the potential for insider threats at nuclear facilities, not just in the United States, but in any country that might face a violent nationalism threat. So key questions that I worry about are, how many violent far-right extremists are in government institutions right now? What access do they have to sensitive information or materials? And what systems are in place to identify and prevent further insider threats like those that we've been seeing. One other thing I want to mention on the security culture topic, it's something that isn't talked about in the security culture context that much, which is the role of diversity, equity, and inclusion within security culture and nuclear organizations. There's a lot of discussion in the nuclear security world about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but most of that conversation focuses on the morality of those principles, and those are moral goods. But I believe that there's also an operational aspect to them, which is guard forces are less likely to perform well if they feel marginalized or alienated or even attacked. And there is one particularly striking example of this in 2018, where a member of the guard force at the Nevada National Security Site was actually assaulted during a force-on-force exercise. And I think there needs to be a lot more conversation about the operational benefits of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the benefits for security culture.
That's an excellent point. Thank you for bringing it up. Zhao, I'm going to turn to you. You mentioned that China did pass a safety, conceived broadly as nuclear safety and security, I suppose, in China, regulations and guidelines. Could you tell us a bit more, in more detail, what new did this regulation bring to Chinese nuclear security?
Yes, there are more nuclear security regulations. Before, there are many just security principles. Now we have new regulations, so there are more detailed requirements. The design must follow these regulations. For example, the Fukushima accident feedback, the security system must have the 24 hours electric power when in blackout, like that. So also we have a detailed requirements on the surveillance and other technical details. So the security level is more higher. I'd like to refer to the security culture. Is it okay? In
Yes, please. That's exactly the interest.
Yeah, in 2014, the NSA joint with the CAA issued the nuclear safety culture policy. You know the safety contain the security in China, Chinese context. But you know the culture needs a long time to cultivate. So the NSA just give the policy, not regulations, and not so many details. But the operators need to implement the policy, and the implementation will regularly evaluated by NSA. And recent years we found you know the difference about the security and the safety, just like Mr. Ross said. Some information we can share, some information we cannot share. So last year and this year we are talking about which information should be classified and not to open. Just a few person know the information like that. Thank you.
Excellent. So hopefully we might see more information coming out of China on nuclear security and safety and shared with international partners. Let me just then go ahead and pick up this question from the audience. Ali, who's one of our fellows, is asking, what are the nuclear security considerations for the nuclear export market? What would render a country ineligible for their nuclear commercial activities? And I suppose that goes for the nuclear newcomers as much as for the existing nuclear powers. Any of the panelists, would you like to weigh in on that? I'll be like a teacher, I'll call on one of you. Allison, would you like to comment? Is there a connection to exports with nuclear security technology?
There sure are, but I think Dr. Lyman was going to go ahead and follow him.
Oh, all right. Dr. Lyman, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
No, that's fine. I can defer, but well, obviously it should be a significant consideration, but I'm afraid that those considerations aren't rising to the level they should. As far as U.S. exports, which, you know, as far as nuclear plant technology, are still fairly limited, although the Department of Energy has been maintaining a position of wanting to greatly increase that. But the U.S. needs a nuclear cooperation agreement with any country to which it supplies, and part of that involves security obligations. Those security obligations are usually are tied in U.S. law to the most current version of the INSIRC 225, I believe. And I think that's actually an instrument. INSIRC 225 is okay as far as it goes, but it doesn't have the same level of intensity or rigor as let's say even certain domestic U.S. regulations. So I mean, the U.S. shouldn't export a facility or materials or sensitive nuclear technology to any other country unless it, in my view, that country can guarantee the same level of security that the U.S. would exercise domestically. Now, that's a radical position, I think, but I think it makes common sense. We don't want to be exporting facilities or materials that we would protect differently than the recipient country. And one example that's been concerning me lately is the push to develop new reactor designs that would use high assay low enriched uranium that's with a uranium-235 enrichment close to 20%. So it's still, it's in the US and according to the International Convention on Physical Protection, a Category 2 material. So it does have higher security. It has some aspects that make it a more sensitive material than light water reactor low enriched uranium. Yet the Department of Energy is very vigorously pursuing development of reactors that would require many tons of this material in a single core, and with the idea of exporting it without having or looking at the global implications for security and non-proliferation. That's something that concerns me.
Ed, if I could just follow up on that, clearly the United States is not the only country who's doing nuclear exports, not even the bulk of nuclear exports. There are Russians out on the market and Chinese. What can we do about their security requirements?
Well, you know, I'm not really an expert on trade and how to solve these thorny questions, but I don't think going the lowest common denominator in order to compete is the way to go. I think that the best way the United States can compete, and I think I heard this yesterday, is to have a product that other countries want to buy that's better than what other countries are offering. Our competitors are offering, and therefore there will be an incentive for them to accept additional constraints on those exports. So the U.S. should focus on making attractive products for export rather than worrying so much about competition. I think it was Professor Holdren who made that point.
That makes sense. If I could just turn to Zhao very briefly and ask about Chinese export policies. Will the same kind of rigorous security, nuclear security requirements that are being instituted currently in China, will those translate into China's nuclear exports policy as well?
I'm not very familiar with this topic, but I have two information maybe helpful to Ali. One is to strengthen the security. China does has a list. In the list, tell us what can be cannot be exported. We have such a list. The second information is that in the fourth summit, security summit, our president, Mr. Xi Jinping, said we will limit the high concentration uranium. So we have started the micro reactor, the low concentration, and it's a cooperation with the United States. So we have got the micro reactor, high concentration uranium back from Ghana. Also, there are several micro reactors will have the low concentration to, like that.
To convert, that's right. I think Ghana and Nigeria are now converted from highly enriched uranium to LEU. So there's progress there. Allison, would you like to weigh in on that?
So just weighing in, following up on those comments, I mean, to Dr. Lyman's point, I mean, we do, on the international side, we do want to engage with partners on on new science, the advanced reactors. I mean, we do so though with a very high nuclear newcomer standard. We do want 1, 2, 3 agreements, as well as 810 licensing process. And the NRC really helps facilitate all of these engagements. And so our division, our organization does have a nascent partnership with US industry on security by design in partnership with our colleagues who are doing safeguards by design, because we are, as much as we definitely want to advance US industry abroad in advanced reactors, we want to do so in the most safe and secure way possible. So it is in our best interest to help US companies, but we are very careful with an eye to both safety, safeguards and security in doing so.
Thank you for that. I have a really interesting question. I mean, all of them are, but this one raises, I think, an issue that that I at least haven't thought about it, and it's sort of the push to against police violence, right? That is justified in many realms, and the push to defund the police and strip them of heavy weapons. How will that, if you know, nuclear facilities rely on local police for response, but also for other nuclear security functions, how will that impact nuclear security if in the United States? Allison, would you?
Sure, I can start, but I can certainly pass since I work international programs. I mean, domestically, from what I understand, and again, I defer to my colleagues, nuclear security in the United States is of utmost importance. And so we train, we work with law enforcement, we are armed, we take that very seriously because it's the nature of the threat and the material in which we are securing, which is of utmost importance. So I don't want to venture to think what will happen with defund the police. I can just say that it doesn't change the nature of what we're guarding and the nature of the threats that we see that we're mitigating against. So, but I'll defer to my colleagues for other opinions.
Nick, do you think it's a serious challenge for nuclear security in the States?
I honestly had never thought about it before, but I don't, I mean, there are armed guards at nuclear facilities, and I hope that would continue to remain based on the principle that nuclear facilities should be able to protect against the threats that they might face. And in a country with 300+ million guns, I would hope that the guards at those nuclear facilities would also have guns. I suppose perhaps in incidents with in cities where there's a police response that might be required, like at the reactor, the HE reactor at MIT, maybe there might be an issue there. But I think you need to have guards at nuclear facilities with guns, just given the enormous risk that of something going wrong if they don't have guns.
Ed, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, actually, when I started off today, I mentioned what's going on in the NRC, and so the currently defined or previously defined responsibility of nuclear reactor owners in the United States is that they should be able to protect against the design basis threat adversary. And I'm talking about civilian facilities here. They should have the sole responsibility for protecting against the design basis threat to prevent radiological sabotage. And that isn't actually in a regulation. It's actually written in what's called the Statement of Considerations of a regulation. So it doesn't have as much force. And there's been a push for many years to transfer some of that obligation from plant owners to local law enforcement. And I in the name of the US having the gold standard, I've always thought that sole responsibility principle was one thing the US was doing better than most other countries, and that it didn't allow plant owners to rely on local law enforcement or local gendarmerie to respond, but they had to do it themselves. And that's because the threat is a 24/7 threat, can happen anytime without warning, and it can be over in a matter of minutes. So that really, I thought, gave the United States something to brag about in the world. But this, under unrelenting industry pressure, the NRC has now decided to take certain events and say that this is something that we don't have to, private forces don't have to protect against, because there will be a local law enforcement response in time to prevent radiological sabotage. So even if terrorists can damage the plant, there will be, you can assume that the SWAT teams will come from off-site, neutralize the adversary, and allow operators to then use that flex equipment I was talking about to prevent the plant from melting down. So obviously this puts a lot of burden on local law enforcement, and it does raise the question, if the design-based threat adversary is a well-armed, well-equipped paramilitary force, will local law enforcement really be equipped to protect against that threat? And certainly if there's a push to demilitarize local law enforcement, and so some of the equipment that the surplus equipment that they received, military equipment after 9/11, may not be accessible. This does raise the question of their ability to respond in the larger context of the NRC does not have regulatory authority over local law enforcement. It can't guarantee that they are trained, equipped, and vetted in order to serve that response function. The vet is also important, given what we just heard from Nick about the potential for local law enforcement to be infiltrated or sympathetic to right-wing extremists.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for these reflections. That is, again, a new and emergent consideration that we must take into account. As that you've pointed out, we cannot allow ourselves to not advance our nuclear security agenda. I have one more question that I will take from the audience, and that is a matter of spent nuclear fuel pools that we heard much about in the previous panel, and perhaps the lesser attention that these facilities or parts of facilities get in terms of safety and security. Gene Stevens asked, can someone comment on the security of the spent fuel, including the transportation of it? Would anyone like to take that question?
I can say something about it. I don't want to talk too much, but yes, as we heard from Jung-Min Kang this morning, there is a very real threat posed by densely packed spent nuclear fuel pools, and that if there is a loss of cooling water that occurs relatively rapidly, you can have a self-sustaining zirconium fire that could lead to a very large radiological release. And the insidious thing is that even if that's a very improbable event due to a natural disaster, essentially you need to have a very large earthquake that would rupture the pool liner. A saboteur can accomplish that more easily. In fact, with pre-planning and knowing what they were doing, they can essentially maximize the likelihood of success of that attack. And as we did here this morning, at least the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission assumes that if there's a functioning security program, that you don't need to consider that attack in a what's essentially risk-benefit analysis that would lead to a decision about the need to bolster security at spent fuel pools or to take other measures like transferring spent fuel to dry casks, something that my group and others have argued for a long time is misguided, because transfer of spent fuel from dense packed pools to dry casks is essentially a passive safety measure that would reduce the likelihood that you could have a significant or a major radiologic release from a spent fuel pool fire.
Thank you. Oh, Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, could I respond to that as well? Because I think the question you ask and a couple other points that have been made highlight sort of a broader issue, and that's the need to think about nuclear security from sort of a holistic perspective in the United States, but in any country. And I just wanted to mention that I think this is a good opportunity with the new administration coming in to actually consider nuclear security from a broader perspective. President Biden has had a decades-long history of prioritizing nuclear terrorism threats and nuclear security. And I think there's, what I'd like to see, and I think a lot of the issues we've talked about already should be included, is some kind of comprehensive whole of government plan from the Biden administration to achieve effective and sustainable security. And do you mind if I expand on it a little bit, or?
Well, we are unfortunately out of time, and I know we have certainly not exhausted the topic, because I have questions here on cyber security, which we haven't even mentioned, and that's a huge topic, as well as everything else. But I'm glad, Nick, that you mentioned the incoming Biden administration, and I just like to point out that we do have early signs that nuclear security will be on the priority list for the administration. At least we know that the administration has launched a 60-day strategic planning process to develop new initiatives in this field, and that Ambassador Laura Holgate, who's been dealing with this issue for a long time, will be the lead on that initiative, on that program. So with that, I would like to thank you all very, very much for such an insightful discussion. And again, it shows that we sort of just scratched the surface here on some of the challenges facing nuclear security. I thank you, Nick and Allison and Zhao and Ed for joining us today. And I would like to introduce a colleague and a person who will deliver some closing remarks to our day two of our panel. And that's Will Toby, who is a colleague here at the Project on Managing the Atom at the Harvard Kennedy School. Will has many, many years of experience in dealing with nuclear security. He has served on the National Security Council staff under 3 presidents, dealing with defense and arms control and counter-proliferation. He has participated in international negotiations ranging from START way back when to the 6-party talks with North Korea in 2006 to 9. He was the Deputy Administrator for Defense Nuclear Nonproliferation at the National Nuclear Security Administration, and where he managed the US government's largest program to prevent nuclear proliferation and terrorism by detecting, securing, and disposing of nuclear materials. So with that, and of course, I should definitely mention that among many other things, Will chairs the board of WINS, the World Institute for Nuclear Security. So we could have no better person to sum it all up for us today on a day 2 of a conference. Over to you, Will.
Thank you, Mariana. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a challenge to summarize 10 hours of brilliance in 10 minutes, but it's a happy one. Niels Bohr introduced the principle of complementarity to physics, but he believed it had application in broader areas as an epistemological tool. His idea was that analysis that tried to balance competing interests resulted in better outcomes. So for example, an organization might value its heritage while pursuing innovation. And it struck me that many of the issues that were discussed today, in fact, 7 of them, could fall within that framework. So I took there to be 7 areas of complementarity, plus 1 additional point that bears highlighting on its own. So 1 was that we must learn from and remember the lessons of the past while recognizing that Fukushima is not going to happen again, and availing ourselves of advances in seismology, climatology, and nuclear engineering, and probably other disciplines that can improve our performance. 2, as we aspire to excellence in safety and security, we must anticipate that our systems are not perfect, and therefore mitigation must join management, measurement, minimizing, and managing risk. 3, deaths per kilowatt hour is an important measure of risk, but it is insufficient as the disruption from nuclear accidents are enormous. 4, we must avoid regulatory capture while giving those who are regulated a say in their affairs. Related to that, regulations are a vital element of nuclear safety and security. But as Duncan Hawthorne said, and as I've long admired him for, no one ever wrote a book entitled Regulate Your Way to Excellence. 5, while harmonizing best practices, we must recognize and account for national differences. And related to that, while safety and security are national responsibilities, they are also international obligations. And on the former point, I would note that Aditi tried valiantly, I think, to get an answer to how we resolve the competition between harmonization and national differences. But frankly, I think that she helpfully revealed a gap that bears further research. 6, an organizational culture that is committed to excellence in safety and operations may not be sufficient to guarantee security, but in the absence of a commitment to excellence anywhere, weakens all realms of operations. So I was taught when I was in government and managing nuclear facilities that good industrial hygiene does not guarantee safety, but its absence reveals cultural deficiencies that almost certainly undermine safety. 7, pursuit of regulatory stability can result in a dangerous decline because of an evolving security threat. So as we balance the need for operators to ply their trade under conditions of some understanding, we also have to understand that we're facing an evolving threat. So I thank all the participants, and I certainly thank all the presenters for such a sustained and interesting discussion of important ideas. And I would note to you all that we have an early start tomorrow of 8:30, price the earlier 9 o'clock starts. So we begin again tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you all very much.